For nearly 50 years, the DuPage Senior Citizens Council and Kane Senior Council have been dedicated to serving seniors in DuPage and Kane counties. Established in 1975, the DuPage Senior Citizens Council is a volunteer-driven 501c3 non-for-profit organization committed to helping older adults live with dignity. From providing nutritious meals to offering support services, the Kane Senior Council is there every step of the way. With programs designed to enhance independence and quality of life, they're proud to make a difference in the lives of their senior neighbors. To learn more or to volunteer, visit them at 418B Airport Road in Elgin or head to their website at caneseniorcouncil.org. Give them a call at 630-338-0999. That's 630-338-0999. That's the Kane Senior Council, caring for seniors because they deserve to live with dignity and respect. Visit caneseniorcouncil.org or call 630-338-0999 today.
Welcome in on this fine Saturday morning, May 3rd, on the Rise, River Media Network Sports. I'm your host. Well, I'm one of the hosts. Mike Napoletano, Derrick Geyer. That'd be me. How you doing, Mike?
I'm good. Another great week in sports, and we're going to get a chance to chat with a very... ironic that I said Chat. His last name is Chatz, a very talented young journalist, reporter.
You're pulling my leg, right?
What's that?
His last name's actually Chatz?
Yep.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yep. So it'll be great. It'll be a good morning, and we will cover all the bases, quite literally, but also we had
and the pitch?
Yeah.
With the pitch. On the pitch.
On the pitch, yeah.
Well, I mean, the soccer field is called the pitch, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'm starting out all right.
I was going baseball reference with all the bases, but neither of those are going to be starting first. It's American football that we got to be talking about.
Yes, it's American football.
First and foremost.
And last week, the Chicago Bears finished their draft along with the rest of the NHL. As you could see, if you are joining us on the YouTube live chat stream for WRMN AM 1410, as you could see up there. Well, we covered the first round, Colston Loveland for the Chicago Bears being drafted number 10 overall, tight end from Michigan. We got through, I believe, the second round picks.
Yeah, because that would have been on Friday.
Yeah, Luther Burden. Then we got Ozzie Tripoli from a tackle from Boston College. Trapillo, thank you.
Yeah.
Shamar Turner, defensive tackle from Texas A&M. And then last week, it was round number 4 at draft pick 132 from Buffalo. Ruben Hypolite, the second linebacker from Maryland. Round number 5 was number 169, a compensatory pick again from Buffalo. Za Frazier, cornerback, Texas from San Antonio. Round number 6 at 195 from Pittsburgh via the Los Angeles Rams, Luke Newman, guard, Michigan State. And then rounding out the draft for the 7th round at number 233 from Cincinnati, Kyle Monangai, running back. I hope that's how it's pronounced.
Yeah.
From Rutgers. So, the Bears ended up covering a wide slew of needs. And quite honestly, I'm not exactly sure how this is going to shake out.
Yeah, there were a lot of glaring holes in this Chicago Bears lineup, right? And there were a lot of people being basically couch quarterbacks, including ourselves, but it's kind of our job. But, everybody was saying what the Bears should and should not take. And I'm pleased with how this went down. I don't really have, it's hard to really be super passionate about, what you're happy or unhappy that the Bears did in this draft, considering the fact that we did cover last week that it wasn't really the deepest of drafts. It wasn't really the best of years for a lot of these positions. So everybody was mostly focused on the Bears' offensive and defensive lines. They didn't really even address that until, well, you get the offensive tackle and Trapillo, but, you know, the defensive side of things doesn't even really get tackled until you select Shamar Turner in that second round. But then from there on out, like, it was just, you know, what do the Bears feel like adding to the depth chart, it felt like. So you get a left back, you get a cornerback, you get an offensive lineman, and you get a running back. And a running back was, I think, what a lot of people thought they were going to take a little bit earlier. You still have options at running back. You have Swift, and now you're going to have this Monangai. So, I mean...
Yeah, and don't forget, you also have Roschon Johnson there, too.
And Roschon Johnson. You have this 7th-round pick. You might as well take a running back for depth purposes. Does this guy end up making the squad? Does this guy end up making... I mean, obviously, he'd be like the 3rd-string running back unless things change. But I don't know. Only time will tell. So it's hard to really be overly high or overly depressed about what is going on in this Bears draft, I think.
Yeah, kind of coming into this draft, I was, you know, I'll be honest, I was running high. Just for the simple fact that you hired Ben Johnson, you got basically a complete and total overhaul of the coaching staff for the Chicago Bears. And you got the impression that it was Ben Johnson's 1st round, 2nd round, you know, 3rd round draft picks for this particular draft, because I think he wants to mold it to the way he had it in Detroit with the Lions.
Yeah.
Now, if it hits, I'm deferring to him. By no means am I an expert. Like, I am an armchair quarterback here. Yeah. You know, I'm just being honest. And I am a fan. I am a meatball fan for the, you know, basically all the Chicago, you know, sports teams. So I'm gonna defer that Ben Johnson knows what he's doing and what they're doing there.
Yeah, let's hope. That's all that Bears fans can really ask for at this point. Otherwise, it's going to be the same old, right? So yeah. I think that, you know, bringing in Ben Johnson and bringing in the coaching that you need for this team, it's a mutual thing, right? Because everybody here in Chicago was saying, oh, the Bears need to go out and get Ben Johnson, and he was the top name on that list. But you also have to look at, does Ben Johnson want to come here? And he did, and here he is. And so that fact alone gives me a little bit of security that he sees something in this Bears organization, whether it is the front office or the players on the field or both, that he trusts enough to put his job and his career on the line and come here and try to have success. Yeah. And like you said, you could see his hands all over the draft from the first pick, from getting Colston Loveland as an extra tight end because he likes that 2 tight end option that we talked about last week. But he's looking at this team already and going, what needs to be addressed? And I mean, it's
kind of hard to fault with what he's doing.
Right.
I mean, you assume that, I would like to assume that Ryan Poles and Ben Johnson are working in concert together because, I mean, they shored up that offensive line.
Right.
They made the trades. They made the acquisitions to get protection for Caleb Williams. Then you also got a couple of pieces for the defense, which you needed because, right. I mean, so you're filling all these needs, and the quote unquote experts or whatever were saying going into the draft that they didn't really have, this was a benefit or a surplus of riches.
Yeah. No, yeah, you're right, and that's how this draft kind of really went down. So yeah, we will see. Come fall, come spring training, come training camp for the Bears.
Yep.
What this all shakes down to be.
Yeah, so. Absolutely. And after a quick timeout, we will get to that diamond talk. And although all the pun that we were saying in the very beginning of the show,
you said timeout. Matt Eberflus is confused.
Yeah, timeout. He's Mike. I'm Derrick. You're listening to On the Rise on River Network Media. sports.
Is diabetes keeping you from enjoying life's special moments? At US Med, we understand the challenges you face, and we're here to help.
With US Med, I can finally manage my diabetes without it managing me.
US Med offers a wide range of services to simplify your diabetes care. Personalized care plans, convenient access to cutting-edge diabetes tech, and knowledgeable support. Plus, we'll check your insurance so your diabetes care may be covered at little or no cost to you.
With US Med, I feel confident and control of my diabetes. I can finally live my life to the fullest.
Don't let diabetes hold you back. Choose US Med and experience better birthdays, better adventures, better anniversaries, and better everything. Call now. US Med. Better service, better care. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. That's 800-785-1673.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
My mom has taken up going to the park to practice yoga.
My dad's going to a club, but not a book club, a salsa club.
Finding new hobbies comes with age.
My mom has started getting lost and not knowing where she's going.
Becoming lost or disoriented doesn't. Confusion with time or place may be a sign of Alzheimer's. An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
The new novel, titled DUI Jury Trial, is the true story of two lawyers who defend a truck driver who is charged with DUI. If he's convicted, this truck driver faces a lifetime disqualification of his commercial driver's license, which would prevent him from ever driving a truck again. This 3-year legal battle culminates in a courtroom showdown, which involves the testimony of a DUI expert witness. This book, DUI Jury Trial, is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
For nearly 50 years, the DuPage Senior Citizens Council and Kane Senior Council have been dedicated to serving seniors in DuPage and Kane counties. Established in 1975, the DuPage Senior Citizens Council is a volunteer-driven 501c3 non-for-profit organization committed to helping older adults live with dignity. From providing nutritious meals to offering support services, the Kane Senior Council is there every step of the way. With programs designed to enhance independence and quality of life, they're proud to make a difference in the lives of their senior neighbors. To learn more or to volunteer, visit them at 418B Airport Road in Elgin or head to their website at caneseniorcouncil.org. Give them a call at 630-338-0999. That's 630-338-0999. That's the Kane Senior Council, caring for seniors because they deserve to live with dignity and respect. Visit caneseniorcouncil.org or call 630-338-0999 today.
You're listening to On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
And welcome back to On the Rise. You're listening to River Media Network Sports with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer.
And don't forget, at the bottom of the hour, at the 8:30 mark, we will be talking to Joe Chatz of On Tap Sports. He'll be talking both Fire and Chicago Stars FC. So be sure to tune in for some pitch talk, some soccer talk a little bit after this. But first, we have to take it over to a different type of pitch, the one we were talking about at the start of the show. the White Sox have had a decent week. We could say that for once. It's crazy. Just a reminder, you can find all of the White Sox games right here on AM 1410 WRMN. We will be broadcasting that feed for you here, so you can get all your White Sox news. And unfortunately, we're looking at the standings right there. I don't even want to look at the standings any longer. But
well, hey, when I was looking at the standings on Thursday, they were only up to 8 games. And then they won yesterday, which would make that 9 games, which would make that a 2-game winning streak.
2-game winning streak indeed. And after we jumped off the mics last week, the White Sox even got a win over those Oakland Athletics, a 10-3 victory. Jonathan Cannon gets the win in that one, and the White Sox blow the Athletics out of the water. They started that game out hot with a Luis Robert Jr. homer to left that was 352 feet. And then the White Sox built a lead all the way until 6-0 before even allowing a single run for the Athletics in the 4th. And the White Sox would continue to add to that lead and eventually a 10-1 final in that one. But the White Sox would drop the rubber match to the Athletics in their Sunday matchup. That was a 3-2 final in favor of the Athletics. Jordan Leisure gets the loss in that one. You did have some more Luis Robert Jr. production in that one. A single to right scored Jacob Amaya, but it just wasn't enough as the White Sox fell short. And how did they fall short? In the 10th inning, the White Sox gave up a 2-run shot. So they did score in that 10th. That was that Luis Robert Jr. single. It was a 1-1 tie going into extra innings, a little bit of free baseball, and then the Athletics hit a 2-run shot walk-off to conclude this series. I mean, that is the most White Sox thing you could possibly do.
Yeah, well,
the winning run is at home, and what do? Let them bop it over the wall, right?
Yeah, but thing with the White Sox and the Athletics this year is the Athletics have been using the White Sox as batting practice, for a large majority of, the games that they played against them. So, I mean, and the pitching has been erratic.
Yeah.
To say the least, to be kind. And the offense, well, the players that you're hoping to product, I mean, Lou Bob, he's like every 1 out of every 4 games or whatever, he's getting a hit or he's doing what he used to do.
Yeah, he's had a much better week as of this week, but yeah, it's been inconsistent with somebody that you would like to consider still an all-star and a home run derby finalist, but you haven't seen a whole lot defensively or off the bat from him. Although I'm going to say that, and we're going to get to a spectacular play that he made just a few days ago. However, we still have to recap the fact that the White Sox, they were off on they were off on Monday before they came back home on Tuesday in order to host the border invaders from the north, the Milwaukee Brewers.
Yeah, and trying to, you would think that being a Cubs fan, I'm looking forward to this series. I'm looking forward to the White Sox taking care of business against the Brewers. And what do? They dropped the one on Tuesday, 7-2. Then they dropped the one on Wednesday, 6-4. However, they shut them out 8-0 on Thursday.
Yeah, an 8-0 victory on Thursday. It was a big victory for the White Sox to go with that 10-3 victory over the Athletics. And after that game, this stat came out from MLB themselves. The White Sox have won by 7 or more runs 5 times this season. That is tied for most in the MLB. You know who they're tied with?
The Cubs?
The Chicago Cubs. So with Chicago baseball, it is absolutely all or nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny because you say that they're... What was that stat? They have how many runs?
The White Sox have won by 7 or more runs in 5 different games this season, which is tied for the most in the MLB.
Yeah, and considering the Cubs have scored 10 runs in 10 games in the first month of the season.
Yeah.
That's...
That checks out.
Yeah.
It's a stat that makes sense for the Cubs. It's a stat that makes less sense for the White Sox, and the fact that it applies to both Chicago teams makes even less sense if you catch my drift here. Not to take anything away from the season that the Cubs are having. The Cubs are on fire, and we're going to talk about them later.
I wish
on
we were
show.
talking with them.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about them later on in the show. But as for this White Sox team, I mean, Luis Robert Jr. leaps up in this one and makes a catch jumping off the wall to save a grand slam from going over. I mean, the White Sox still won this game 8-0. However, at the time,
that was in the first inning, wasn't it?
Yeah, that would have put them in a deficit, and then, it could be a very different game going on from there.
Yeah.
So, like I said, you did see eventually the wherewithal from Luis Robert, the alertness out in the field.
Who started that game? Burke?
That was Jonathan Cannon.
Oh.
No, sorry, I'm looking at the next game. That was Sean Burke, yes.
Okay, so...
and he was on the mound when that home run ball was going over the fence.
Yeah, I tuned into the game, and when I saw the bases loaded, I was, nope, I'm out. I wish I would have continued watching that game because I was a little depressed after the couple of losses that they had, against the Brewers.
Right.
Tuesday and Wednesday. But yeah, that would have been a game to definitely watch, and especially with Lou Bob robbing the homer.
Yeah.
I saw the highlights last night's game when the Cubs were taking on the Brewers.
Gotcha.
So,
yeah. Yeah, Sean Burke goes 6 innings pitched, gives up 2 hits, no earned runs, 5 strikeouts, and 3 walks. Luis Robert not only helping out on the defensive side in that game, but also on the offensive side. Luis Robert Jr. singled to left, and Meadroth scored in the first. And then in the 7th, Luis Robert Jr. doubled to center. Benintendi, Taylor, and Meadroth scored in there as well. So just a little added insurance for the White Sox in that 7th inning, and they come away with the win. And who would have thought the White Sox, for the first time this year, win 2? Well, no, actually, I take that back. Second time this year, they did win 2 games in a row against the Boston Red Sox. I should know. I was at that. Was it the second game? It was the second game of that 2-game win streak. Well, they have another 2-game win streak on their hands currently, and it is active going into today. But last night, the White Sox, they got their first win in their first time wearing their City Connect uniforms. The new 2.0 City Connect uniforms that you may have seen that are very much so Chicago Bulls inspired. What were your thoughts on those, Derrick? Are you a fan of those, or how are you feeling? Are you there?
Oh, I was just letting my silence speak volumes there.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I know it's not necessarily a thing that you want to do on radio, where you just let the dead air hang and the pregnant pause, but I was trying to be dramatic there because just for the simple fact that, I feel that there is a much better, could have been a much better design. I get it. And I'm hearing everyone from, Steve Stone to Schriffen talk about like how cool the jerseys are. And I'm just like, really? I mean, I get it. You own the Chicago Bulls. You own the Chicago White Sox. But
yeah,
both teams, I mean, I'm sorry, but both teams are meh.
I think it's unique that it is the first ever NBA and MLB collaboration that will be worn, or that has been worn now on the field. I do think that the design is very cool, but as a City Connect jersey, rather than just like a one-off or a fan giveaway or something that you can get at Rally House over at the Morton Arbor or the Barrington Arboretum, like to me, it's like, I don't know. There was a miss. When all of your posters and promotional material this year say 125 years of history, and then you don't go and pull from that history, I don't know.
Yeah, that is.
I don't know. That's kind of a miss on my part.
Yeah, that's a very excellent point. Because, I mean, it is 125 years.
Yeah.
And there is so much history with the organization. You would think that you would bring back, like, maybe the 2005 team.
Maybe.
It's been 20 years. I know they're I know that they're going for probably another 5 years before they actually celebrate the 25th anniversary of the World Series, which is maybe when the White Sox will be good again. But, I mean, I don't know. But you are listening to River Media Network Sports on AM 1410 WRMN. He's Mike. I'm Derrick.
Stay tuned for Joe Chatz right here, right now after this break.
political party poopers got you down? Shake it off and join me, Dennis Sonar Green, every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN for A Political Talk Show, where we cut through the doom and gloom with a focus on America first, constitutional values, and a populist perspective that puts you, the citizen, at the center of the conversation. At WRMN, the talk of the town, we're not afraid to challenge the status quo and bring you the straight talk you need. Whether you're frustrated with the political establishment or looking for a clear, some nonsense analysis, this show has you covered. Tune in. Let's take on the issues together with a fresh, unfiltered approach. Catch us every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN, A Political Talk Show. WRMN, the talk of the town.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates.
I'm great. Thanks. How are we doing over there?
Located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move, so I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day, I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
In the middle of the night, everything will be all right if you listen to Coast right here on WRMN, 7 days a week from midnight to 5 a.m. Each night on Coast to Coast, listeners are captivated by George Noory with discussions on news and current events, conspiracy theories, UFOs, life after death, and all things curious and unexplained. Coast to Coast, every night, midnight to 5 a.m. right here on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has two convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
You're currently listening to On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
All right, you are listening to On the Rise with Mike Napoletano. Geez, you would think I would know your last name by now, wouldn't you? That's Mike Napoletano. I'm Derrick Geyer, the one who cannot speak. You are listening to On the Rise, AM 1410, River Media Network Sports.
And I want to welcome in a very talented and astute reporter from right here in the Chicagoland area. He works for On Tap Sports and mostly covers the Chicago Fire and the Chicago Stars FC. His incredible insight for soccer is clearly seen and heard in the room at each and every press conference and interview. Please welcome to On the Rise, Joe Chatz.
Very kind introduction, Mike. Thank you so much. I hope I haven't ruined press conferences for people because I like to get my voice out there. You know, short guy in the room, you got to make yourself known.
No. There's been plenty of times, though, where, you know, I'm newer in the room and I sit back and all of a sudden I'm ready to ask a question and you have the exact same question. I'm like, at least I'm on the right page here. Like, at least I'm doing the right work. If I'm asking the same questions of this guy, then I know I'm in the good boat, you know?
Well, you're really making me feel good on a Saturday morning, so thank you. I appreciate that. And don't turn your dials off just because we said soccer. This is fun stuff.
Right. Yes, absolutely. And it's probably, you know, some of the most, in some cases, the winningest sport right now in Chicago, other than maybe the Chicago Cubs. So that's a tough one. But we got to start on the not so great side with the Chicago Stars FC. It's been a very busy week in Chicago soccer between both the men and the women. But I wanted to start with the headline piece, which is the Chicago Stars FC firing head coach Lauren Donaldson. You and I heard him hint at the possibility of him being on the hot seat in that post-game press conference last weekend. Did you think the decision would be made so soon? And where do you see this club going forward from this decision?
Yeah, I'd heard over the last month that things were getting a little bit testy, and just the way that the results had been, where it's you're getting beat and you're getting beaten away where you're not really even competing that much just because of the way Donaldson's counterattacking system that really required teams to just have your forwards, you got the ball in the back of the pitch, and you're just going to pump it up to the forwards and see how that goes. Mallory Swanson has been away from the team due to personal reasons all year. That works when she's on the pitch, but it hasn't when she hasn't. And of course, as with any organization, when it doesn't go well, the coach is going to be the fall guy. So I'd heard over the last month or so that things behind the room or behind closed doors were happening. I'd heard that Misaki Hemi, who's the interim, was going to be the interim, which was a little bit surprising. Ella Masser was the interim the last time the Stars had to make a coaching change. So it's shocking in the sense that it is this early in the season, but they were 1-5 with no hope, and they needed some sort of change. And it has been a big week for them too. Last night, it seems like they're applying to try to play at Evanston next year at Northwestern's makeshift stadium. So a big week for that club. I don't want to go to that death trap in Evanston ever again, but you know, if it works for them and they can make more money and think they can get fans there, all power to them. But it has been an interesting week for them, and they need to bounce back. They are at the bottom of the league. They're not that far out of the playoff spots, but they needed some sort of confidence booster, and maybe this can be what springs them into life in 2025.
Now, you had mentioned with Mallory Swanson being away from the team, you know, for personal reasons, and I know personal reasons are personal reasons, but is there any possibility that she's going to be coming back to the team anytime soon? You know, because I would imagine with her star power and her playing ability that it would only boost, you know, the Stars, you know, chances of winning.
Yeah, and that's been a big thing. If she's not around, she's their best player, right? You can't really do anything. I don't see her coming back anytime soon. She's been away. We don't know why. Haven't really pushed because it seems serious, so it's just not soccer related. But this is the reality of the club when it's your highest paid player, your best player hasn't played other than last year, really, for them. Injuries 2 years ago. And now this year, you know, we're not aware. But it's one of those things, don't want to speculate, and just we really don't know. There's a big gap, a big break in July. Maybe she comes back after that. But if she doesn't, this team has to figure it out either way. And they still need solutions even if she comes back, right? There's still holes in this roster. So Swanson aside, there's a whole lot of things that the Chicago Stars need to fix before becoming competent.
As you mentioned, the Stars fell 3-0 to the San Diego Wave last Saturday. You and I both have asked Donaldson about how to turn the direction of this team around when we referenced that late slide last season at the very end, of course, the playoff trouncing to the eventual NWSL champions, and now this 1-0-5 start to the season. And Donaldson had a very insightful answer in this past week's press conference before, of course, getting let go. He said, quote, "If the winning mindset is not there, then it doesn't matter if you have the right culture. If you can't be in the right culture, but you don't have, he said, you can be in the right culture, but if you don't have the correct mindset, it's not going to matter because your head isn't in the right place. I believe that this wisdom from him here is correct, and it can be applied to many different situations in life, even outside of soccer and off the pitch. But do you believe that that is the issue with this Stars team? Is it a mentality thing rather than a culture problem?
No, I think it's a tactical thing more than anything. You had 2 players whose contracts end at the end of June who are getting minutes over people on full-time contracts. You have rookies being pushed down who should be particularly playing. And so that all sounds great, right? That's how you get hired, is talking about culture and building culture. And this team does need to build culture. But if you're not winning and all you're worried about is mentality and you're not changing anything, those words sound great, but they kind of ring hollow after hearing them again and again and again. You know, they lost 9 to 10 games going back to last year. So those things all work, but clearly it wasn't resonating in the locker room, or else something would have changed or he wouldn't have been let go.
You are currently listening to On the Rise, WRMN 1410 AM River Media Network Sports with Joe Chatz.
Yeah. Now, the Stars are dead last in the table and have a minus 11 goal differential, but Kari Riccaro spoke to the media last weekend after that loss and reassured everyone that it is a long season and the ladies have time to turn things around. Between that press conference and you got a chance to sit in with GM Richard Foose on Wednesday after the firing of Donaldson, do you believe that their strategy and their ability to right the ship before the playoffs and end of the season here is a reality?
First off, they need to just get some draws. They haven't had one all year, and they only had 2 last year. So if they could simply just do that and scrape away some points throughout the year, sure. They need to add pieces in the offseason. And I think that was, or in this summer, excuse me, they didn't add anything really in the offseason. That was a big point of contention. That's why everyone is frustrated with general manager Rick Foyes, is just, you didn't add anything. What were you expecting Donaldson to do? I'm not inclined to think a GM is choosing not to add players just because he doesn't want to add players. I'm inclined to believe that's an ownership issue, telling him, you know, what the budget is or what it isn't. The team has struggled to make money in years past, and as they're reviving themselves commercially, it takes time for that money to come in. So I'm questioning, is there a budget to add players, right? That's my big question. He deflected from it in the presser this week. So they have a chance, but they need outside faces, and they need them soon, because this locker room just needs some sort of energy boost.
Well, we hope that energy boost does come for this team and they can turn things around. On the men's side of things, it's been a little bit more of a turnaround than I'd say the season went last year. So over to the Fire, this team starts the year fairly strong, going 3-2-1 through March. But they have slowed down significantly with a historically bad 7-2 loss last Saturday and have fallen to 3-3-4. They are set to play a tough Orlando City team who are 4-4-2 coming into today's match. What do you expect to see from this club following a performance in which they set a franchise record for most goals conceded last game against Nashville?
Well, this is kind of a litmus test for this squad. How are they going to respond? I don't necessarily know how to expect, or what I'm expecting with this team today. This is kind of show us what you've got. Everything this week has been about rebuilding confidence, has been about going back to the basics and understanding why such a lopsided. You should never go down a touchdown and an extra point in soccer. It's hysterical. It was a baseball score, right?
Yep.
It was an Iowa football score. And it's just so dumb the way that those things happen. So you do have to reset, but you also have to go back and watch it. So this team, when you're in the midst of a 5-match winless streak, you have to show some character. And tonight at home, you have not won at home all year. This is the first of 3 matches over the next 7-8 days, including the U.S. Open Cup midweek. And then next week, again, hosting Atlanta early on Saturday. These are not easy games, and they need to come out with some results. So tonight, if they can get 3 points, great. They really need 3 points, but not getting at least a point against a tough Orlando City side. They are so good in transition, but the Fire desperately need a result this week, next week, and in the Open Cup, because it is going to get congested. And you know what? They talked a lot of games. They need to make the playoffs, of course, but they want to be competing in the top half of the Eastern Conference. And if they want to be doing that, they got to start stacking results. And this weekend against Orlando is the prime opportunity because it's going to be a little chilly on the lakefront. The team has some character behind it. They need to bounce back. And it really is one of those games where we're going to see what this team is made of.
I'm hoping that there definitely is a bounce back there. You mentioned the U.S. Open Cup, and I think most, casual fans or people that aren't as tuned into the soccer world as maybe some of us are, don't realize that it's kind of like the NBA play-in tournament that they have now, where like these different tournaments go on throughout the regular season. So the Fire are playing matches that don't count towards the MLS regular season. Do you see this as kind of a breath of fresh air, especially happening this week for the Fire, that they can kind of start with a clean slate, or how do you expect this U.S. Open Cup to go for them?
So if I can give a brief, you're playing against as many teams that are professional in the United States for men's soccer. Let's say the U.S. Open Cup goes. If you're a team that's a pro team, you get to enter the tournament. There are a couple amateur teams in as well. We're in the third round, I believe, and they will be hosting Detroit City FC from USL Championship, which is USL's top pro league. Detroit City, they play just outside of Detroit. Really cool team, really cool identity. The Fire really need to win this game. They cannot afford a loss to a lower league opponent, especially one like Detroit that has such a strong fan base and has a legitimate cultural backing now in Detroit a little bit. They're a fun team to go support. They're a fun team to go watch. And Detroit's entire roster is pretty much comprised of veterans in their late 20s, early 30s who didn't really get shots in MLS. So they're going to be trying to prove something, especially against the former United States men's national team coach in Greg Berhalter. So this is that's a scary game for the Fire midweek because there is no acceptable result other than a win, and frankly a resounding win, because Fire fans remember it's only a couple years ago that they lost at Soldier Field to Union Omaha, a USL League One team, in penalty kicks, and that was one of the more embarrassing things that's ever happened to this franchise. As fun fact, my first game covering the Fire, so maybe I'm the issue.
Really?
But
oh no.
It really is one of those things. I expect the Fire to put out a strong roster against Detroit, and then if they win, they will play the winner of New England Revolution or another USL team, Rhode Island FC. And that's another way that they can really get into the further rounds of this tournament, because both of those teams are beatable opponents. So this is a big thing for the Fire. I've talked to Greg Berhalter about the idea of adding more games to their calendar. And his whole thing is this is normal around the world. If all these guys want to be playing in the top leagues at some point, right, got to get used to it. So they're going to be rolling with a lot of starters, I expect, a lot of first teamers, and it's going to be an interesting game at SeatGeek Stadium. Detroit's bringing a lot of people. They certainly have an attitude behind them that is very unfriendly online, but I'm sure isn't as unfriendly in person. But yeah, the Fire need a win, and it needs to be 3-0 in the 20th minute, frankly.
You're currently listening to On the Rise, AM 1410, WRMN, River Media Sports Network, or River Media Network Sports, with Joe Chatz. Joe, you had mentioned that the competition, that Berhalter wants these guys to step it up, for the competition level and everything. So where would you say that the Fire are, in relative, competition to like the other leagues around the world?
Ooh, around the world, I mean, doesn't snip the top of the cream of the crop, right? If they're in Champions League for the most part in the top 5 leagues in Europe that every casual has heard of, they're not beating the PSGs, they're not beating the Liverpools, they're not beating people. It's some of the lower teams in those leagues where you look at the budget restraints, like there would be a chance against some lower league teams in France maybe, but MLS still has a long way to go in terms of adding talent, and their MLS salary rules are some of the most complicated things on the planet. They're stupid, they're annoying, and I hate it. They don't allow for capitalism, and it just irritates me beyond belief. So until those things are gone, they just can't compete with the top leagues, because if you don't have those free budgets to spend as much as you want, right? If these owners want to spend their money, let them. Why not? Right? It's sports. It doesn't matter. It's not important. So let's make it happen. But until then, MLS is its own type of league. There's a lot of fun. It's very open, but you're not going to get the Mo Salahs to come here until they're 38 at this point. But there's still a whole lot of quality soccer that really can be helpful, especially for newer fans, because it's just very segmented in a lot of ways. Teams play differently, and you get players from all around the world, which is one of the more fun things about MLS. But the quality is rising. But to expect a league, 25 years in to compete with the best leagues in the world, right? I don't think it's fair expectation. But the fact that they're slowly adding that top end talent really does help.
Well, you mentioned top-end talent, and we talk a lot about coaching in this town, whether it's the Stars firing Donaldson, the Blackhawks firing Luke Richardson, the Bears firing Matt Eberflus and bringing in Ben Johnson, the White Sox firing Pedro Grifol and hiring Will Venable, or even the Cubs hiring Craig Counsell. But that brings me to Greg Berhalter. He was let go of coaching the U.S. men's national team and that program. What does he bring to this Fire team that makes him the right candidate for this organization?
It was a complete shift, right? So he's also the director of football. He's at the top of the organization in terms of sporting side as well. So it would be as though he's, the SVP of basketball operations too, running the Bulls and coaching. So it's a far more serious organization now, just day to day. It's everything segmented. Everything is specifically scheduled. Everything is there for work. And Berhalter brings a level of seriousness that should raise the Fire's floor. They hadn't made the playoffs since 2017, which in Major League Soccer is comically hard to do. There's just so many playoff spots that you can sneak in, right? And they simply need to be a playoff team consistently. That's what Berhalter can do for them. And it's been remarkable when you talk to guys who have come in or just guys around the league, understanding the way the Fire are now a very attractive option for transfers, just because when guys look, who's their coach? Oh, the former USMNT coach. Okay, that just works for the casual guy around the world or the footballer who has not really followed MLS. So he is bringing people to Chicago that wouldn't normally come here, and he's just bringing more eyes to this club. So it is a far more structured environment than it's been in years past. And he is just a floor raiser at a minimum. And he's going to push for the top of the league. He can talk the talk. He wants to be a public figure in that regard. And that's something the Fire desperately need, is they still, they're a niche sport in this market. So they need a coach who's willing to go and talk to everybody. And Greg can do that.
That is good, but the Fire are winless in their last 5 matches. They are 0-3-2, but 2 of those matches were the draws with Messi and Inter Miami, and also the draw with Montreal. And not to make excuses, but the weather wasn't great that night. The Fire have had opportunities to capitalize in both of these matches, but couldn't. Did you see that evolving into a bigger issue as the season goes on, or will they be able to adapt and find a solution to capitalizing on those opportunities?
I'm not too worried at this point, right? It's only 10 games into the season. Montreal game, that's unacceptable not to get a win at home against a middling Montreal team. They just fired their coach before that game, but still, right? That was unacceptable. The Miami game, Messi had a shot off the post, a shot off Chris Brady's middle finger and then off the post, right? So you'll take that result. But those 3 losses, each had opportunities, except the Nashville game, of course, to be a result for the Fire. They should have at least gotten a point at Red Bull. So I think the point is they are productive even in most of these losses against, again, Nashville, we're throwing that to the side. That was just horrible. But they've shown the ability to turn these games around if need be, and they've just not had the luck on their side. But they've also made mistakes. So they should turn these things around. They've had a really tough go of it the last month. Nothing's easy in MLS, but, New York Red Bulls in MLS Cup last year, Inter Miami, we know how good they are. FC Cincinnati, one of the best teams in MLS, and then Nashville. So they've had a really hard run of it so far. So they have an opportunity now over their next 6 before they face Nashville again, which will be at Soldier Field, and it's a doubleheader with the Stars that day on June 14th. They have an opportunity to get a whole lot of results. And if we're looking, on June 14th ahead of that Nashville game and it still hasn't turned around, then it's going to be a major issue.
Yeah, that would be not the ideal situation, but I want to go back to that Inter Miami game because I feel like it didn't get its proper due, and you got a chance to speak to him, but I was busy talking to Pete Wentz of Fall Out Boy.
Yeah, that made me laugh really hard. I appreciated that.
I elected to go that route instead because I was like, well,
I'm so jealous.
This is a niche interview, and who knows if I'll ever get another chance, right? So I went that route, but you were busy interviewing Chris Brady. What did he have to say after posting a clean slate with 3 saves especially against Messi and Inter Miami?
Well, Chris is a very confident young man for a 21-year-old. I've been working with him for 3 years, so it's always funny to hear him. He was very adamant. He's like, I got to save on that one shot, middle finger and then off the post. But it really came down to the team played a relatively clean game in front of him, and he was able to make the saves that he needed to. So it was one of those games where finally the Fire played a strong game defensively in front of Brady. If you look at his goal numbers, it's just been tough, especially after the Nashville game. Just some of the expected goals have screwed him in his statistical outlook. So he was feeling very confident, as he should, but also this team isn't content with results that are simply 0-0 draws. So you could definitely feel a tension that this team needed to do better, and everybody feels that way. Of course, why did the team do really well against Inter Miami? Well, Carlos Terán played very well at center back. Now he's out for a while. So that's really some of the bigger issues that have come up. But Chris Brady will always be confident no matter what. That's kind of the beauty of this young man, and I kind of envy it, because if I was that confident at 21, I'd be laughing.
We've got another couple minutes with Joe Chatz here talking soccer. And Joe, just out of curiosity, what has been a highlight or two for you traveling around, shadowing either the Stars and or the Fire?
Highlight or two. I have a lot of fun, especially with lower league stuff, but we'll leave that for a different day. Definitely with the Fire and the Stars, I really enjoy going around traveling and meeting people. I really have enjoyed the last couple years. Columbus is a great stadium, lower.com field. Being there after the loss this first to open the season was interesting, just watching the team respond. I apologize for really filibustering here as I try to think of a good answer. I'd really say a highlight for me. You've really stumped me here.
Well, the reason why I'm asking the question is because, I'm checking your workout on Instagram. And I mean, you're going to Houston, you're going.
This man is everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's just.
I appreciate that.
It's pretty awesome. I take it for granted. And I'm just like, wow, this is pretty cool. So, I know back in my day when I was traveling from location to location on television sets and stuff, I really, dug it. So I was just wondering, I mean, being a sports fan and everything as you are and following soccer, we've got about a minute.
Yeah. Okay, FC Dallas. I went to the National Soccer Hall of Fame beforehand and nerded out. They had all the jerseys. They had a Colorado Caribou jersey, which Google it. It has tassels. It's the greatest thing ever. If you see one in a size medium, I will pay inordinate amounts for it. But other than that, traveling is the best because it's given me an opportunity just to reconnect with friends around the country, which is like the greatest thing for me because I'm a bit insular and I work on weekends.
Okay.
So it's been that and just loving soccer. This has been a dream. So awesome. I can't complain.
Joe, where can people find you? We've got about 20 seconds.
Sorry, buddy.
Joe Chatz on Tap Sportsnet at Joe Chatz Sports on Instagram. You guys are the best. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. We'll have you back on, of course, eventually, and we'll talk some more soccer. Enjoy the free food at Soldier Field tonight. We will talk to you soon, my man. On the Rise, AM 1410 WRMN.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 9 o'clock.
Breaking news this hour at townhall.com. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. American employers added a better than expected 177,000 jobs in April as the job market showed resilience in the face of President Trump's effort to level the playing field in international trade. Some economists claim that Mr. Trump's tariffs on imports to the U.S. have shaken financial markets as well as frightened businesses and consumers. Correspondent Ken Lorman says that the economic stats simply don't reflect that.
Bill Adams, chief economist at Comerica Bank, called the jobs report reassuringly normal, adding the fears of a softer labor market due to tariff uncertainty went unrealized last month, adding that there are signs that businesses are reining in plans for hiring and capital spending, and that consumers are turning more cautious toward discretionary spending. But Adams noted that the warnings come from surveys of businesses and consumers, but have not yet showed up in actual economic data. Ken Lorman, Washington.
And the job numbers came in above economists' expectations for a modest 135,000 jobs. And the Labor Department reported Friday the unemployment rate remained at a low 4.2%. Senator Tom Cotton says President Trump has laid out what a successful negotiation with Iran would look like.
A good deal, obviously, is a deal that cuts off all of Iran's paths to a nuclear bomb.
Get ready for a military parade planned for Washington, D.C. this summer.
There will be a military parade on June 14th, President Donald Trump's 79th birthday, which also happens to be the Army's 250th birthday. It commemorates the 1775 authorization of companies of riflemen by the Continental Congress. The plan calls for about 6,600 soldiers to march from Arlington, Virginia to the National Mall, along with 150 vehicles and 50 helicopters. Jennifer King, Washington.
More of these stories at townhall.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
They told us nothing but lies.
These timeshare thieves out there are terrible.
They bullied us.
Our timeshare is all a scam.
They stole from us. They were thieves.
I was completely taken advantage of.
Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder and CEO of Wesley Financial Group, and I know the tough spot you're in. Are you asking yourself, why did I buy that timeshare? I'll tell you why, because that presentation wasn't a normal sales pitch. It was a show to convince you that timeshare is a great investment. They told you it was available today and today only. They said you're foolish if you don't buy, and unfortunately, you believed them. We get over 3,000 complaints a week from folks just like you that were misled into buying a timeshare. Give us a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-989-1771. 800-989-1771. 800-989-1771.
Here's one feat that must have taken a big shot of courage.
Tourist Nash Cole admits he felt some fear when he waded into the ocean off the Australian coast to help rescue a 10-foot great white shark stranded in shallow water. It took Core and a couple of other men about 1 hour to finally free the shark from a sandbank. Core says it was either sick or just tired. We definitely got it into some deeper water, so hopefully it's swimming still. Rich Thomason, Washington.
Microsoft raised the recommended retailer price for its Xbox consoles and controllers around the world this week. Its Xbox Series S, for example, now starts at a recommended $379.99 in the U.S. That's up $80 from when it debuted back in 2020. Microsoft also laid out new Xbox price adjustments in Europe and the UK. Breaking news at townhall.com. Russia has launched a major drone assault on the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv, wounding 47 people. Kharkiv Mayor Terekov said that drones hit 12 locations across the city late Friday. Residential buildings and civilian infrastructure were among those hit. An iconic NBA coach is stepping down.
Greg Popovich stepped down as coach of the San Antonio Spurs on Friday, ending a 3-decade run that saw him lead the team to 5 NBA championships, become the league's all-time wins leader, and earn induction into the Basketball Hall of Fame.
You know, basketball is a team sport.
Popovich became the league's wins leader on March 11, 2022.
It's just a testament to a whole lot of people. Something like this does not belong to one individual.
Popovich says, quote, the 76-year-old compiled a record of 1,422 wins and 869 losses. I'm Gethin Coolbaugh.
More on these.
Welcome back to On the Rise with Mike Napoletano, Derrick Geyer. You're listening to River Media Network Sports. And thank you for Joe Chatz jumping on with us for the last half hour, talking about Chicago Stars, Chicago Fire, getting the ins and outs on the pitch, and traveling around the country covering the teams.
Yeah, we had the audio from Donaldson queued up. We have a little bit of that last press conference with Stars head coach, former head coach Lauren Donaldson. Coach, what did you see on the breakdown that led to that first goal, the first strike for San Diego in that first half?
Yeah, set pieces. Set pieces. Obviously, we won it. But, we won the header, and I think we just, they just beat us to the ball. We just kind of stood around. I mean, it's a breakdown, but it's a mentality thing, because we won the first ball, okay? We just kind of stood around on the second ball, and they got it, okay? And up until that time, really, they didn't do much, and they're in the lead. So, I mean, again, it's just a mentality, a confidence thing with some of these players, and, so that's why we're losing game. Coaches try, we make mistakes, and there's a lot of mistakes. I take the blame. I'm not going to blame the players for that, but it's a mentality thing. So that we have to come with it, win the first ball, let's go win the second ball. I mean, we just didn't do it. So.
Yeah, so a little bit of a moot point with the fact that Lauren Donaldson is no longer with the team, but also, just kind of getting his thoughts out there, I thought was important, because we did talk a little bit about that mentality versus culture and versus, actual statistical side of things with Joe. So another moot point, though, as we transition over into hockey.
Hockey?
Yeah. You're right.
What are we doing
right.
here?
I'm jumping. My bad. We're jumping into the Northsiders here as we finish our baseball segment.
Other team that plays professional baseball. One of the other teams that plays professional baseball.
Right. So the Cubs themselves had a little bit quieter of a week than they have had in a couple weeks past, with the fact that, I don't know, they were just absolutely trouncing teams like the Dodgers and the Athletics.
Hey,
but
don't forget about the Phillies.
But yeah, the Cubs finally did get a chance to play a team that was not on the western side of things. Their first 9 series against either AL or NL West teams, and that would be Friday against Philadelphia. The Cubs won that first game on Friday. We covered that last week. They dropped the second game, though, Saturday. That was a 10-4 loss. Ben Brown getting served up the loss in that one. He goes to 2-2. Luzardo for the Phillies is now 3-0. So that put the Cubs at 17-11. Still, 6 games above 500 in good position. But then the rubber match between these two teams was Sunday, and just like the White Sox, the Cubs dropped the rubber match, and this one was in extra innings as well. 10 innings it took for the Phillies to knock off the Cubs at home, at Wrigley Field, I should say, at the Cubs' home. And that was a 3-1 final score in the 10th inning. The 10th inning, it was Trey Turner who reached on an infield single to third. Kepler then scored. Scott ran around to second, and Rojas to third, and that was really all the Phillies needed in order to secure that one. That was after Alec Baum hit a sacrifice fly to right, and Nick Castellanos scored. So 2 runs in the 10th was just too much for this Cubs team. They dropped that series at home 2 games out of 3. But then the Cubs would go on the road to Pittsburgh.
What? They were actually playing an NL Central team?
Yeah, that's another thing, too. Is
Holy
then
cow!
the Phillies are an NL East team. So the Cubs still had not seen a division rival until their 10th series of the year. That is crazy. But the Cubs, they're the big victors in this one.
Yeah, they thwacked them on Tuesday with a 9-0 victory over the Pittsburgh Pirates. Hallelujah, because this had the series making of a trip up, really, coming in against the Pittsburgh Pirates. And as you could see there, if you are looking on the YouTube live stream here for AM 1410 WRMN, the Pirates are last in the division in the National League Central with a record of 12-21 after they finished that 3-game series with the Cubs. But and look at that. The Cubs are in first with a record of 20-13.
Yeah, basically a completely inverted record from the Pirates as they take 2 out of those 3 games. You mentioned the 9-0 victory and then the 8-3 victory on Thursday. That was
which was against the best, probably one of the best pitchers the Pirates have and one of the best pitchers in the National League against Paul Skeens.
Yeah, the Cubs are the first team to take Paul Skeens deep 3 times. That was Dansby Swanson, Kyle Tucker, and Seiya Suzuki. So not the best outing.
Tucker and Suzuki going back to back. Jacks, baby.
Yeah. All 3 of those home runs came in the 5th inning, and that led to Paul Skeens' time on the mound that evening. He went 5 innings pitched. He gave up 5 hits, 3 earned runs. He only had 2 strikeouts and 4 walks. Typically, those numbers are also inverted on behalf of Paul Skeens' side of things. Now he's 3-3 to start this season. Not really as maybe, I don't know if you want to call this a sophomore slump just yet because this is still very early on in the season, but definitely not as dominant this year with that 3-3 record that we saw last year out of Skeens. Now, he still had a decent number of strikeouts. He is still dealt from the mound when he has stepped up there this year for the Pirates. The Pirates team around him maybe hasn't given him the run support that he's needed in order to secure victories. So you can't just look at that 3-3 record. However, when you go into it and you look at Paul Skeens' ERA, definitely higher numbers than last year. 2.74 ERA, 41 strikeouts through those 6 appearances.
Yeah, but
a .91 whip. So that's still in good range. He'll correct that.
That's still good. But however, the one thing that I did notice over, for that particular outing, the Cubs, beating Skeens and the Pirates that day and throughout throughout the earlier games in the season is that the Cubs are actually being very patient at the plate. They're making the starting pitchers work. They're getting the pitch counts up, which means they don't last and they don't go deep into games. So therefore, they're into the bullpen, which, can kind of be a slippery slope, if you will, because sometimes what'll happen is, you get the starter out, and then all of a sudden you get the fireballer flamethrowers, coming in, whether it be righty or lefties, with the electric sliders and hooks and all that fun stuff. But the Cubs have been very patient, and they've been hitting line drives predominantly, as opposed to last year where it was a lot of ground balls.
Yeah.
So, and they're spraying the ball all over the place. So that bodes very well for the Cubs this season, this year. And as Grant Leader, one of the friends of the pod of the show, says on the stream, is that the Cubs have the easiest remaining schedule.
It's kind of early to look at easiest remaining schedule. I mean, there's still 140 some games to be played.
The games need to be played.
Yeah.
However,
130. Sorry.
Yeah. Right. However, I mean, with the record being what the record is, and you went through that gauntlet in the very beginning of the season.
Yeah.
I'm going to cough here, so talk.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, having to play out in Japan to start the season and start the season earlier than most against the defending champs and the Los Angeles Dodgers. The Cubs didn't fare too well out there, but then they came home and they made up for it in a 2-game series against the Dodgers at home. So you can argue that this Cubs offense right now is the highest powered offense in the league, and there really doesn't seem to be any sign of them slowing down. However, we know how long baseball season goes. There will be the dog days of summer. There will be patches where maybe this Cubs team slows down a little bit. However, for right now, you just keep things rolling, right? Especially now that you've gotten basically a whole 10 series worth of practice against non-division teams. And here you go. You're going to face your rivals in Milwaukee.
Yeah, but these are teams that... Well, did that again where the button stuck. Anyway, but you're playing against Western Division teams where, you've got the Diamondbacks, you've got the Athletics, you've got the Rangers, Dodgers, Padres, Diamondbacks again, Dodgers again. Now you just face the Phillies. You dropped 2 out of the 3 to the Phillies, but then you came back and you won 2 out of the 3 against the Pirates.
Yeah.
Now, it was a sandwich series win where you weren't necessarily expecting the Cubs to beat Paul Skeens and the Pirates that day. So that's an extra, little boost there. And then they go into Milwaukee last night and kick the Smurf out of the Brewers.
Yeah, a 10-0 victory for the Cubs last night. So now they have 6 games in which they have 7 or more runs over their opponent in the final score. So now they are leading the league. Unlike the White Sox did get the win last night, but it wasn't by 7 or more runs. So, you've got the Cubs taking it to their rivals, which is always a good sign. And we'll see if they can continue that here in the rest of this series. Now, tonight, it'll be a 6-10 game up in Milwaukee. That'll be Jameson Taillon versus Jose Quintana. And Sunday, it'll be a 1:10 start. Shota Imanaga versus Peralta for those Brewers. The Cubs come back home Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday to face San Francisco. Monday and Tuesday are 6:40 p.m. starts. Due up for the Cubs will be Boyd and Ray. Due up for the Cubs in that 1:20 Wednesday start will be Ben Brown, followed by a series out in New York against the Mets Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 6:10, 6:15, and 11:05 a.m. respectively. Also, MLB Network, Fox, and Roku respectively. So 3 basically nationally broadcasted games, if you consider Roku, the streaming service, also being a national platform as well. Jameson Taillon, Shota Imanaga, and Boyd due up in those. As for, we didn't really cover the White Sox future schedule,
right.
but
we got what we've got here is we've got
scoreless innings, and it's all Cubs in Milwaukee. Pete Crow Armstrong batting here in the 7th inning. Cubs on top,
the young stud.
Throws the ball back, too.
Throws the ball back. Pete Crow Armstrong goes deep. We'll be talking more Cubs at the other end of this break. You're listening to On the Rise, AM 1410, WRMN, River Media Sports Network.
Listen this Sunday afternoon to Handle on the Law.
I know we're at an at-will date, but for making a comment, like, hey, your hair looks good. And then I got a call from HR saying, hey, you know what, you're under investigation. Do I have any recourse?
Were you fired?
No, not yet.
The problem, Eddie, is they can fire you for any reason they want. They literally can wake up in the morning and say, you know what, I'm a little bored this morning. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to fire Eddie for no reason. Yep, he can do that. Yeah, that's California. Yep, welcome.
It's Handle on the Law this Sunday afternoon from 4 to 7 right here on WRMN.
Attention all sports fans. Get the latest issue of the Chicago Sports Journal featuring player profiles, team schedules, ballpark photos, and more. Visit chisportsjournal.com. Chicago sports fans are raving about the latest issue of the Chicago Sports Journal featuring owner profiles, book reviews, cafe, bar, and restaurant reviews, specials, and more. Pick up your copy of the Chicago Sports Journal at Metro train stations, retail locations throughout Chicagoland, or visit chisportsjournal.com today.
Hey, Tammy, I just made an AI fact checker for the show. Do you want to try it out?
Sure. Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN.
Oh, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN, huh? What a bold, subjective opinion masquerading as a fact. Sure, I bet you and all 12 of her fans feel that way. While I can confirm the show exists, yay for reality, its best status is completely debatable. And yes, congratulations, it does air Monday through Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Let me know when Tammy wins an Emmy or something. Until then, this is a hard nope on objectivity. Grade 310. Fact, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends airs weekdays, Monday, Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. on WRMN. Try again when you want to talk about facts, not fangirling.
I'll work on it.
You better.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the better business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
There's a price war in the insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call the Term Lifeline right now and see if you can save 40%. $500,000 plans and up, that's our specialty. Even great smokers' rates. Protect your family today. Call the Term Lifeline right now for a free quote. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM.
Now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com is the book called DUI Jury Trial, which is the true story of a truck driver in Illinois who was charged with driving under the influence of alcohol. Not only was he facing a revocation of his driver's license, but also a lifetime disqualification of his CDL, which would prevent him from ever driving a semi-truck again. This book includes backstories of the truck driver, the lawyers that defended the case, and the DUI expert witness who analyzed the case and then testified at trial as to the proper protocol procedures of the field sobriety tests as well as the breathalyzer test. This nonfiction novel also includes the actual court transcript from the jury trial, a courtroom showdown in which the final verdict would determine the fate of the defendant's livelihood. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
This is On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
Welcome back to On the Rise with Mike and Derrick. You're listening to AM 1410 WRMN. And before we were going to break, Mike wanted to run down the rest of the White Sox schedule for this upcoming week and today.
So the White Sox will be at home today and tomorrow as they face the Houston Astros at 1:10 p.m. both days. Due up will be Davis Martin for the Chicago White Sox. Spencer Martin is the Chicago Wolves goaltender. Wrong sport, wrong guy.
Is he catching now for the Chicago White Sox?
I guess so. And then Breece Wilson will pitch for the White Sox in Sunday's matchup before the White Sox go on the road for a 4-game series Monday through Thursday with the Kansas City Royals. Those are 6:40 p.m. starts with the exception of the Thursday game, which will be at 1:10. Due up for the White Sox will be Smith, Burke, Cannon, and Martin. So Shane Smith, Sean Burke, Jonathan Cannon, and then Davis Martin in those, which will be the only road trip of the week as the White Sox then come back home Friday through Sunday to face the Miami Marlins. That'll be a 6:40 start on Friday, 6:10 on Saturday, and 1:10 on Sunday. Still not confirmed as far as the pitching rotation going that far into the future. But when we look at rotations, we also have to kind of talk injury bug. And for the White Sox, it hasn't been as bad as it has been in the past, although Mike Tauchman, Austin Slater, Corey Lee, all still on 10-day IL. Martin Perez, he will be on the 60-day IL. We got news that White Sox manager Will Venable said last Tuesday that he anticipates that Perez's elbow is, he's still returning from the 60-day injured list, and he will probably return some point in September. He's, quote, continuing to get evaluated. So we shall see. Josh Rojas is out 10 days with a toe injury. And Gage Workman, who the White Sox just picked up from the Chicago Cubs, will also be on the 10-day IL. But that's a good transition into the Chicago Cubs because the Chicago Cubs, they picked up Chris Flexen, who actually got the save in last night's game. Many White Sox fans may remember the name. He wasn't exactly coming out of the bullpen all the time for the White Sox. I think he was a starter for the majority of his tenure here in Chicago on the south side, but now he will be on the north side. Looks like trying to fill into that closer role. But as for the injuries on the Cubs side, it's a little bit more severe. We mentioned a couple of weeks ago, Justin Steele will be out for the season as he had elbow surgery. Not great for that Cubs rotation.
Well, it wasn't that Flexen will be, sliding into the closer's role. I mean, you still got Ryan Presley there.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
The reason why he ended up picking the save up last night was because he just pitched 3 innings.
Yeah, and you might as well just use him,
It was a blowout, reserving the bullpen for the rest of the series. I'm pretty sure Flexen won't be available tonight if they need him. But, yeah, it was a very nice job of him coming in and, the Cubs shutting out the Brewers. And as Grant said, Wrigleyville North in Milwaukee. Hey, Brandon, thanks for listening. We appreciate it. As well as my goodness,
Eli Morgan is also on the 15-day
Hector
IL
and Cody
for the Cubs, but also Javier Assad on the 60-day IL. Cubs manager Craig Counsell said Friday that Assad has been shut down after being diagnosed with a grade 2 left oblique strain. That was per Jordan Bastian of MLB Sports or MLB.com reports. So that kind of concludes the pro baseball side of things. However, we did want to mention, as Derrick and I were at the Frontier League tryouts and draft last week, that's all led up to the spring training for that league. The Boomers actually do have a game today that is a preseason game. That will be the Schaumburg Boomers taking on, give me 1 second here, I have that note, the Soundbreakers. Not a team in their league, so thus why it is a preseason game, just to kind of get both teams loose. That is at 1 p.m. today. But the actual regular season for the Boomers begins on Thursday. That is the home opener and opening day. It is a 1-game homestand, which is a little odd, but a 1-game homestand versus the Windy City Thunderbolts at 6:30 p.m. We'll see some of our friends that we got to meet over at the draft and tryouts.
Isn't it? Okay, so they will be playing the Windy City Thunderbolts, but then they're going back to play Windy City Thunderbolts at Windy City.
I know what you're talking about because they did do some of that last year, which I thought was a cool idea.
Because I thought when I was looking at the schedule for the opening season or the beginning of the season that's how it was. So they'd be playing one game in Schaumburg, one game at Windy City, and then they come back, and play it, at the Boomers.
They did do a little bit of that last year, and I think there is some of that in the schedule this year. But what is weird is after they play on Thursday at home against Windy City, they go on the road Friday through Sunday in Joliet. So still a Chicagoland team, but not down in at Ozinga Field. It'll be over in Joliet to face the Slammers at the Steel Yard over there. But however, I did want to mention the home opener will include post-game fireworks, and all fans will receive a 2025 magnet schedule thanks to Anthony DeGrotto State Farm Agency. But then, yes, like I said, the Boomers will be on the road next Friday through Sunday at Joliet. So stay tuned for more Boomers news as we actually break open the season. But the home opener for the Kane County Cougars, your defending Miles Wolf Cup champions, will be Thursday at 6:30 p.m. against the Sioux City Explorers. That is also Thirsty Thursday. And there will be an opening night cap giveaway presented by Northwestern Medicine for the first 1,500 fans. Friday and Saturday are at 6:30 p.m. as well, as they still continue against the Sioux City Explorers with post-game fireworks in that one additionally. So that'll be fun. I did want to mention we got to let Brandon Combs in here in just a second, but
we don't need to let him in. He's like a half an hour early.
Get a key, man.
I mean, geez, talk about being punctual and everything.
Oh, did you have promotional schedule pulled up here real quick?
Yeah.
Go for it.
So we got the opening night cap giveaway for the first 1,500 fans on May 8th for the Kane County Cougars. We've got the magnet schedule giveaway with post-game fireworks Friday, May 9th. Then Saturday, May 10th, we've also got another magnet giveaway Magnet schedule giveaway, post-game fireworks. And then it looks like on Saturday, May 16th, there's Santa's Village free general admission tickets for kids 12 and under, and again, post-game fireworks. So, a lot of stuff going on for the Kane County Cougars, Schaumburg Boomers. I mean, it's a fun time. It's a fun event. And it's cheap.
Grant said we deserve 3 big booms for that, so I'll take those 3 big booms.
I'm kind of worried about what he's going to be saying. Yeah. But anyway, we'll be back after these messages.
If your idea of therapy involves a fishing rod, a tree stand, or a campfire, then you need American Outdoors Radio. Host John Cruz speaks your language, whether it's about the best lures, tracking game, or that one buddy who always forgets to bring the beer. John's got the tips to sharpen your aim, the hacks to pack lighter, and the stories to keep you entertained. Again, that's American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz. Saturdays at 7 a.m. on WRMN 1410. Or stream it at WRMN1410.com. Get ready to outfish, outhunt, and outcamp them all on American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz.
For nearly 50 years, the DuPage Senior Citizens Council and Kane Senior Council have been dedicated to serving seniors in DuPage and Kane counties. Established in 1975, the DuPage Senior Citizens Council is a volunteer-driven 501c3 non-for-profit organization committed to helping older adults live with dignity. From providing nutritious meals to offering support services, the Kane Senior Council is there every step of the way. With programs designed to enhance independence and quality of life, they're proud to make a difference in the lives of their senior neighbors. To learn more or to volunteer, visit them at 418B Airport Road in Elgin or head to their website at caneseniorcouncil.org. Give them a call at 630-338-0999. That's 630-338-0999. That's the Kane Senior Council, caring for seniors because they deserve to live with dignity and respect. Visit caneseniorcouncil.org or call 630-338-0999 today.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My Grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my Grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Theriault Booth, a leading local law firm, is located on the beautiful Fox River in downtown St. Charles. Here's Ryan Theriault.
For better or worse, there are just times people need a lawyer. Whether you are involved in a work injury, in an automobile crash, selling a home, or even planning for your estate after your passing, we're here. We're local. We're part of the community.
For more information, visit them on the web at tbfirm.com or give them a call at 630-526-4242.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
You're tuned into On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
Welcome back to On the Rise. He's Mike. I'm Derrick. You're listening to AM 1410 WRMN River Media Network Sports.
We had a big week in hockey this past week. Unfortunately, it's not here for the Chicago Blackhawks, as we've kind of established before, but playoffs are completely underway, and that doesn't just mean the NHL side of things. That means the AHL side of things as well, and at least we have a little bit of that still going on. As we mentioned last week, the Ice Hogs were able to knock off the Chicago Wolves in just 2 games in that first round. Yeah, a sad wolf cry at this point, right? So now we have to do the pig noises for the Ice Hogs.
You pig boy.
They do have cowbells. Maybe I'll bring in a cowbell. This is as close to the cowbell as you'll get for right now. But yeah, I don't really feel like doing any more pig noises. That's okay. But let's see. We also didn't mention that the Steel dropped their final home game. Unfortunately, they were winning 2-1. Then they gave up 3 goals in the third, unfortunately, falling 4-3 to the Muskegon Lumberjacks. But that kind of concludes that season. But the Ice Hogs still going strong. As I said, they won that first round series against the Wolves in sweep fashion, and not just sweep fashion. That was a 5-0 shutout posted by Drew Comesso and the Ice Hogs that previous Friday night. But a little bit of a delay in the schedule as the second round gets underway, but the now 4th seed in these playoffs, Ice Hogs, are going up against the number 1 seed in the Central Division, Milwaukee Admirals. So it is still a very close series, proximity-wise, but the only game that has been played, the Ice Hogs were down 2-0 in this game and then came back to tie things, force overtime, and all the Ice Hogs needed in overtime was 12 seconds, and Blackhawks fans will recognize the name. Colton Dock would put the exclamation point on this one and help the Ice Hogs take a series lead.
20 minutes up on the scoreboard. We skate 5-on-5 for the start of the first overtime. Rockford going left to right. Doc will skate the puck in down the wing. Hold and score! Colton Dock breaks down the door of game 1. On the other side, it's a series lead for Rockford. Doc scores 12 seconds into overtime. And Rockford wins 3-2 to stun the Admirals.
Yeah, so that was courtesy of Flow Hockey and AHL TV. That was the voice of Dana Gray and the Rockford Ice Hogs, as the Ice Hogs, once again, getting win number 1 in game number 1 on the road. So that's incredible.
Yeah, it works out pretty well, considering the fact that weren't they trailing the Wolves a majority of the season?
They did
so
not. They did not have their number. The Wolves had the Ice Hogs number for the majority of the regular season.
Right.
It was the same with this Milwaukee Admirals team. The Rockford Ice Hogs, of course, sitting in 5th in the division and couldn't match up against some of these top teams. But playoffs are definitely a different story. You see what happens when a lot of the NHLers get brought down into this AHL playoffs after the Blackhawks season ends and how they start working. But it wasn't solely those Blackhawks that were leading the charge here. It was Milwaukee getting on the board first, as I mentioned, as they built up a 2-0 lead with goals from Svechkov and Cal O'Reilly, brother of Ryan O'Reilly. But then in the third, Rockford rallied back. A Paul Ludwinski goal halfway through and a Gary Mayhew goal at the 16:33 mark of the third period to tie things at 2. And then that Colton Dock beautiful OT winner just 12 seconds into the extra frame. Game 2 between these two teams will be tonight. That is at 6 p.m. up at UW Milwaukee Panther Arena in Milwaukee. So still a pretty close trek before there is a little bit of a gap between games 2 and 3, which would normally be for travel, but not too much of a travel to get back to Rockford, as these two teams will meet up for game 3 on Wednesday at 7 p.m. at the BMO Center in Rockford. If they need any further games, this is a best-of-5 series. They will play Friday night. That will be another 7 p.m. start at BMO Center, which would be Game 4. And then Sunday, May 11th, which would be back at UW Panther Arena in Milwaukee at 4 p.m. Of course, if necessary.
Yeah, and hopefully they could get past Milwaukee, and then hopefully, the Grand Rapids Griffins could get past the Texas Stars, and then we could have like a little battle of the shows coming up.
You definitely know we will be having Sophia Blackburn on to talk about that, regardless of if both teams or only one team moves on. If we have a reason to talk to her about her Grand Rapids Griffins, we will definitely get some insight. So you know that we have all of the great analysis here for you, and all the little insiders that we have. We've got connections over here at WRMN, so that's always a good thing to have. But on the Blackhawks side of things, of course, this is off season for them as they're not in the playoffs. It's been mostly a talk of coaching pursuit throughout this past week. It was announced that David Carl, the coach of Denver, it will not be the next head coach for the Chicago Blackhawks, or frankly, any NHL team, I don't think. He has 3 children. One was just born literally weeks ago, so definitely a time in his life that I feel like he doesn't want to make a significant change in where he's at, and he's comfortable just staying at the University of Denver, so he is out of the running. But then the Penguins were parting ways with Mike Sullivan. That was something that we were going to probably ask Joe Brand about, although, it was still a touchy topic at the time because of the fact that, that is still the Pittsburgh Penguins coach. Unfortunately, no longer. Mike Sullivan is out in Pittsburgh, but it does sound like Sullivan is connected to the Rangers in some fashion. I've also heard John Tortorella as being linked to a management position with the New York Rangers as well. Now, if you remember, he has coached the Rangers before, but I don't believe he will be behind the bench for them. Former Blackhawks head coach Joe Quenneville, who has been allowed to step back into a coaching role in the NHL, he is rumored to be going to the New York Rangers as well. So we'll see what decision the Rangers decide to make after having a setback of a season that they did not expect to have going in. Vancouver, the Canucks, they parted ways with Rick Tocchet. He is likely going to the Philadelphia Flyers. I have a couple connections there, seeing if that is going to be the case, but we really won't know any of this until probably late June, right before the draft. But the Blackhawks could be looking at names such as Trent Yawney, who has had multiple former Blackhawks speak of him with high regards, speak about him with high regards. That would be Duncan Keith and Brent Seabrook, Jonathan Toews, all those names. Don Granato was also thrown around in circulation. Or even a friend of mine, I got to interview him with the Northern Illinois Hockey League, Todd Reardon, who has won 2 cups with one with the Capitals and one with the Penguins. All could be in the running for the next head coach position of the Blackhawks. The only other Blackhawks news is that it is most likely, and I say 99.9%, that they will have a 3rd jersey next season. Fanatics has all but announced that plan and idea, so we shall see if those become the all-black jerseys that many fans are hoping make a swift return to the ice.
Yeah, not to mention, so we're talking about, or you're talking about the coaching changes for the NHL. We might as well get into, the playoff series for the NHL, here. Because we've got a Game 7 going with the Avalanche and Stars. That's tonight at 7. We've got another series that's tied up between the Winnipeg Jets and the St. Louis Blues. Blues kicking the Smurf out of the Jets last night.
Yeah, this Blues team has not lost a home game in 69 days. You have to go back to February, I believe, 22nd, until you can find a point in time in which the Blues lost at home. So they have been hot going into these playoffs. Did not expect the Jets to fall apart once again and be quote-unquote frauds, but man, oh man, that's tough. I mean, you look at Connor Hellebuck, who is a Vezina Trophy winning goaltender and definitely arguably the best in the league, and yet just can't find it in the playoffs.
Yeah, well, fortunately for the Jets, they will be playing at home since they are the President's Cup winners. Yeah. Then you also had the Kings falling to the Oilers. Connor McJesus, as you like to call him. Edmonton wins that series 4-2. The Stars and the Avalanche are tied 3-3 now.
Yeah, and what's a problem, Derrick, is I am on the verge of going 7 out of 8 correct series in the first round in my bracket. The one series that I might have incorrect is fairly enough, and you know, all arguments aside, everybody was saying was going to be the hardest series to determine, which is the Stars and the Avalanche. I have the Avalanche moving on, but not only do I have them moving on, I have them winning the Cup. So if the 8th series, the one that I don't get correct...
Were you partaking in something?
You don't think the Avalanche have what it takes to win the Cup? Nathan McKinnon, Gabriel Landeskog, Cale Makar, Devontae's... Enough said. How about after the trade, Jack Drury and also Martin Necas? I'm just saying. But I could go 7 for 8 in this first round, and it might not matter at all because my Stanley Cup champion is off the board. So I really need the Avalanche to win this Game 7. They rallied in Game 6. They were winning. They coughed up the lead. They let Dallas tie things up 3-3. Make it 4-3, and next thing you know, it looks like Colorado's season's about to be over. They rally back, they tie it, and they get the win to force a Game 7.
Yeah, just because I'm suffering from PTSD, I hate both teams. I hate both those teams. I can't root for either the Avalanche or the Stars. I just can't.
Yeah, Western Conference rivalries there, yeah.
I can't do it.
Yeah, I didn't like the Avalanche for a long time because of the fact that even in the Blackhawks' best years, the Avalanche always seemed to have their number in the regular season. It was kind of like a White Sox style win where the Avalanche weren't just beating this superb Stanley Cup.
Wait. What do you mean by a White Sox style win?
Where it wasn't even a close game. You know, the White Sox have blown out these teams and they have 5 different blowouts. It was like a 6-0 loss to the Avalanche. And on the Blackhawks side of things, you have Jonathan Toews, Patrick Kane, Keith Seabrook, all these names that fans here in Chicago know and love, and yet they just couldn't figure out that Avalanche team, even before the Makars and the McKinnons.
Well, let's see. You know, then we also have wrapping it up, I believe we have the Golden Knights beating the Wild 4-2.
Yeah.
Toronto beats the Senators 4-2. I feel like I'm missing a team because it doesn't give me the full readout here.
Well, there was the Battle of Florida,
in
which the Panthers
beat the Lightning.
I believe was that in 5 games or was that in 6?
Oh, and then you have Ovi and the Caps beating
Montreal. And
then they advanced.
And then they will stack up against the Carolina Hurricanes, who knocked off the New Jersey Devils. So we will have on the eastern side of things Maple Leafs versus Panthers, which is a rematch of the last time the Maple Leafs made it out of the first round. I don't know if they're eager to have Florida once again. The Capitals the Capitals and the Hurricanes, which will be a fun matchup. We will have the Vegas Golden Knights versus the Edmonton Oilers, a little bit of a rematch there in the playoffs. And then, of course, that last series is yet to be determined on both sides. One more note, Marc-Andre Fleury has officially retired. He played his last game against those Golden Knights that did have him for a little while, but he's most known for winning 3 cups with the Pittsburgh Penguins. And just an absolute legend, a great guy on and off the ice, tested by all teammates and competitors and coaches. And he played here in Chicago for a little bit. So just wanted to give a happy retirement and a thank you to Marc-Andre Fleury.
Sure. And after this final commercial break, we'll put a pin in this show. We'll be back in a few. You're listening to On the Rise, AM 1410 WRMN.
IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf.
800-234-0316. 800-234-0316. That's 800-234-0316.
It's easier than you think for pests to threaten your family's health. Ticks, which spread dangerous diseases, hide in tall grasses and even on your pets. Rodents easily invade your home, contaminate food, and can carry more than 35 diseases. Mosquitoes, which breed in standing water, transmit many diseases. Get the facts you need to protect your family at pestworld.org. It's that easy. A public service message from the National Pest Management Association.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
Get ready for Around the House every Saturday night from 5 to 7 p.m. on WRMN AM 1410. If you're a homeowner or contractor looking to tackle those projects that feel a bit too big, this is the show for you. Join Eric along with his knowledgeable guests as they dive deep into everything from DIY renovations to creating a healthy home environment. We'll provide you with the tools and tips you need to complete your projects with confidence and ease. But it's not all work and no play. We believe in having fun. Our passion for home improvement shines through as we help you save time, money, and reduce the stress of DIY. So whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, don't miss Around the House. Tune in every Saturday night and let's tackle those home projects together.
And welcome it back to On the Rise. Mike Napoletano, Derrick Geyer for our final segment of this Saturday morning.
Sticker. Oh, yeah, you were about to do it. I didn't know if you were going to.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, jumping the shark, but go ahead.
But stick around because the truth about Chicago sports is up next from 10 to noon, followed by this station's coverage of the Chicago White Sox game. So be sure to tune in for all of our sports Saturday here at AM 1410 WRMN. I just wanted to mention to wrap up the hockey notes, we had a couple of quick hits in the playoffs. It has seemed like every single former Blackhawk has done damage in these playoffs. Dylan Strome gets all 3 assists on Washington's goals in Game 1, including the OT winner. Colin Blackwell had an OT winner to help Dallas tie the series at 1. How about that same night, the Kings take a 4-0 lead with the 4th goal coming from former Blackhawk Philip Deneau. Leon Draisaitl and the McDavid and the Oilers came back to tie that game at 5, but with a minute to go, it's a fluke knuckleball or change-up goal from Philip Deneau again, only about 15 seconds later to secure the 6-5 victory. Deneau has 5 assists and 2 goals in this postseason. But in Game 2 of the Leafs-Senators series, Adam Gaudette ties the game for Ottawa. He had a cup of coffee here in Chicago. And then Max Domi scores the overtime winner for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Dylan Strome gets the eventual game-winning goal in Game 2 of Washington-Montreal. Anthony Beauvillier, who also had a cup of coffee here, he had the assist on Taylor Radish, who also picked up an assist in this one. So all the former Blackhawks. Oh, and let's not forget, the Florida Panthers scored 2 goals within 11 seconds, not only to tie the game at 2, but then to take the lead 3-2 over the Tampa Bay Lightning. The final score was 4-2, so that third goal was the game-winning goal, scored by none other than Seth Jones. And then Tuesday, New Jersey took a 3-0 lead in a do-or-die Game 5 for them. Taylor Hall got the scoring started for Carolina against his former team, but he was also a former Blackhawk, and they would come back to win this game 5-4 in double overtime off of a 2-goal performance from Sebastian Aho, which included that OT winner. Add in that Matthias Janmark had the eventual game-winning goal. That's his second of the postseason in Game 5 to help Edmonton take a 3-2 series lead. And Dylan Strome, 7 assists in the postseason and 2 goals for a total of 9 points through only 5 games. Anthony Beauvillier, he has 4 assists, and Ryan Hartman is in that category as well. One more note that was non-Blackhawk, but a very cool stat. Rod Brindamore, the coach of the Carolina Hurricanes, he is the only coach in NHL history to have won a playoff round in each of his first 7 years that he was with the franchise.
Yeah, and to put a pin in it, the NHL draft lottery will be held by the bottom 16 teams, and that will be on May 5th, which is this upcoming Monday. Getting on to the NBA playoff brackets, the OK City Thunders sweep the Grizzlies in 4. You've got the Cleveland Cavaliers beating the Heat in 4. So and let's see, we will get the Pacers and Bucks, the Indiana Pacers, gentlemen sweep over the Bucks. So Cleveland will be playing the Indiana Pacers in round 2. Then you also have the New York Knicks beating up on the Detroit Pistons 4-2. They will play the Boston Celtics, who won in a gentleman's sweep over the Orlando Magic, and that was coming out of the Eastern Conference. So let's see, going back to the Western Conference, Game 7 will, I believe that will be tonight on
Nuggets and
TNT,
Clippers.
Nuggets and Clippers. So that will determine who OKC plays.
6:30 p.m.
And then we've got Minnesota beating the Lakers.
Lakers in 5, huh?
Yeah.
Well, it was the Lakers in 5, but just not on the winning side.
So Timberwolves move on for that. And then it is Game 7 on Sunday at 7:30, Rockets versus Warriors.
Yeah.
And that series tied 3-3.
Rockets forcing
So
Game
we've got
7.
about like a couple minutes left. And I know we had mentioned this previously last week. I will be hosting my own show. The name of the show will be Big Top Sports, and I will be the ringmaster of said show. I'll be covering everything in the Chicagoland sports landscape, along with all the side shows and freak shows in the national media as well. That won't, I believe I had said that, I'll be starting on May 5th. That has been pushed a week, because I am coming up against the Chicago White Sox baseball. I know it's going to be like that, for the remainder of the baseball season, and I will have shows periodically. But which brings me to the fact that, Mike, you will be flying solo here on the Rise.
We'll see about that. I don't know if I'm going to be completely solo. I may have another co-host joining the works, maybe a familiar face to most that are fans of this show. But Derrick, of course, you and I will still have some collaboration of sorts, whether I'm out and about and I need to call in for your evening weekday shows is when Big Top Sports will be going on. But also, if you're interested in still jumping on Saturdays every once in a while, we'd be happy to have you. We're a team here at WRMN, River Media Network Sports, and we're just happy to see you branching out and getting your own Monday through Friday, for the most part, other than those White Sox spots.
Yeah. And my last show with you will be next Saturday.
Yep.
I believe that will be the 10th, so May 10th. Last show, maybe we'll be, have some surprises and maybe a little quirkiness going out on that particular show.
Could very well be.
But it's been a pleasure. I'll have more accoutrements and everything next Saturday.
Sounds good. Thank you again, everyone, for tuning in the chat as well. You're listening to AM 1410 WRMN.
Thanks for listening, Brandon.
A loved one owns a gun. And for a while now, you've been concerned about their behavior. They're just not acting like themselves. They've been distant, they've been unpredictable, they've been lashing out. They've been saying things that make you worried they might harm themselves or friends or family. Or you're worried this loved one might hurt you. Maybe they recently threatened someone with their gun. You know something needs to be done, and you wish more than anything you could hit pause on this situation. Well, here in Illinois, you can, with a firearm restraining order. In extreme cases, this order temporarily prevents a person in crisis from having a firearm, giving them time to heal before they do something dangerous or even deadly. If you are worried about a loved one in crisis who has access to a firearm, learn more about firearm restraining orders at illinois.gov/pause to heal. A public service announcement brought to you by the Illinois Department of Public Health, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 10 o'clock.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
You want answers! I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
It's time for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth about Chicago sports. With your host, Marcus Mack.
Jed Hoyer, who I like to call Big Ball and Jed, he is going out on his shield, baby.
Blake Cowell.
And that's exactly what Jerry Reinsdorf wanted. Good enough, but never good enough.
And Brandon Combs.
You've got options at running back. I just think that would be a waste for the Bears. I think it's a waste for anybody to take a running back in the first round.
Right here on WRMN 1410, the voice of the Valley.
And welcome to the truth about Chicago sports. It's your boy Brandon Combs, along with my guy Marcus Mack, sitting to my right. What's going on, Marcus?
What's going on, my people? We are in the house. We got a lot of sports to cover, my brother. A lot of baseball. We still got to talk about the Chicago Bears. We got hockey, playoff hockey. We got a lot going on, my friend, and I'm excited for it all.
A lot of stuff to talk about this week. We've also got our guy Blake Cowell on Zoom. We actually get to see his face this week. What's going on, Blake?
Balake.
Balake? Are you there? Balake?
Balake?
Can you hear me now?
I don't think he hears you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, Balake. We got Sophia in the house. We got Sophia in the house.
Of course, we've got the great Sophia Blackburn, who Marcus Mack has a nickname for, but we're going to bypass that this week. What's going on, Sophia?
She is the best.
Sophia in the house to talk some hockey with us. Sophia, we've got some fantastic hockey playoffs, so let's kick it off there with, last night we had a Game 6 between the Winnipeg Jets and the St. Louis Blues. We were talking in our production show meeting, and I had just laid a big bet on the Blues, and I had asked you who was going to take it home, and you said the Winnipeg Jets, and we now have a Game 7 because the Blues won me some money last night, and they're forced to Game 7. So, how does Winnipeg bounce back from this defeat? I mean, St. Louis just looked dominant last night. How do they bounce back in Game 7?
Okay, well, first off, I have to apologize because I didn't know St. Louis could pull something off like that.
I did.
Excuse me.
My money.
5 goals? 5 versus 2? Insane. But to be completely honest about if the Winnipeg Jets bounce back, it's not good, if I'm honest. I feel like while the Blues have momentum in their Game 6 victory, the Jets have a strong home record and the potential resurgence of their goalie setting up a good position for them, for sure, for possibly winning a Game 7. But the outcome will hinge on the goaltending for sure, and the ability of the Winnipeg Jets' performance. And there's just so many factors going into this game. Definitely, I did not expect them to, again, score only 2 goals last night. Definitely thought it was going to be a tighter game. I feel like everybody thought it was going to be a tighter game and not the Jets, the Blues scoring all their goals in the second period. You know what I'm talking about? That's insane.
Yeah, it was a great game last night. A lot of scoring, like you said. Even the defense got into it a little bit. Peter Broberg had 2 points last night, a goal and an assist. He was a +4 on a plus-minus last night. Fantastic showing from the Blues all the way around. Now, moving forward, we have another Game 7 tonight. And Game 7
those
is,
are my favorite.
especially in hockey, is the two best words in all of sports, right? Is Game 7.
Yes.
So tonight we've got maybe the best series out of all of the series that I think, and two teams that you and I both picked to win the West.
Yes.
The Avs and the Stars go to Game 7. How do you see tonight's Game 7 playing out?
It's definitely going to be rowdy and chaotic because it's one of the two best West teams in our opinions.
Yes.
They have strong players on both sides, but prediction wise, given the Avalanche's recent offensive momentum and the Stars injury challenges, I feel like I'm leaning towards a Colorado victory. So Avalanche in Game 7. However, Dallas does have home ice advantage, and their fans are resilient, and everybody's resilient there when you have home advantage. It's going to be the crowd hyping up the team and getting everybody rowdy and trying to win this game. So I'm definitely expecting a tightly contested game, very tight scores, and with high scoring as well.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's going to be one of those. I think what you'll end up seeing is what you see in most Game 7s, where both teams are going to come out a little tight in the first period. Yeah. Nobody wants to really make a mistake, and then you'll see the scoring. These two teams are so incredibly gifted offensively. Obviously, you've got McJesus on one side in our boy McDavid, and the Stars are just, with the trades that they made at the trade deadline, they've just gotten so much better. Even with the injuries that they've endured, the Stars are just that team. I think that offense ultimately takes this one over. That's why I think the Stars, though, might have the edge, because if this does go to an overtime and you have Ottinger to rely on, I think that gives you the slight edge. And I know you thought that the Avalanche are coming out of the West, and I think that the Stars are coming out of the West. So we're going to find out tonight. If I go up 2-0 on you, we're going to have some serious crap talking in our chats.
What about my boys, though? What about my boys, the Capitals? OV.
How are the Capitals your boys?
Because I love Ovechkin.
So you're a Blackhawks fan.
Yeah.
What do you just adopt the winning team? What are you?
Of course. Respecting greatness. When we're not in it, you got to respect greatness.
I adopted.
We can hear Blake.
We can hear Balake.
I figured it out. Hey, first week on Zoom, we had some technical difficulties, but we are here. We are.
All right. What's going on, Blake?
Yes, sir. I love Ovi. I'm sorry. That's my Russian brother. And you got to give it up for a guy that could break a Gretzky record that I thought I would never see broken, honestly. I never thought I would see it broken. And he broke one of the all-time hockey great records. So yeah, I give him credit. Why can't he go out a champion? Ovi.
Just on the bandwagon, honestly.
He is on the bandwagon.
You knock it off.
He is on the bandwagon.
Yes, I am.
I think both number one seeds in the East go down, Sophia.
Yeah,
I think the Maple Leafs and I think the Capitals both go down in these next two rounds.
The Leafs will leave.
Well, like we were talking the other day, no one expected the Leafs to make it past that game, and they won it.
I agree.
The Leafs leafed in the best way possible, honestly. And I still think Leafs could possibly bring it just a little bit. Just a tiny bit.
Look, the Leafs they're not bad. Look, I like Mitch Marner, William Nylander, obviously. They've got a good core. But when you're talking about going up against guys like Sam Reinhart, and you're talking about going up against guys who, let me tell you, are the biggest headache in the world in Brad Marchand, you've got to go up against guys like that in a 7-game series.
Can they win the cup?
The Leafs?
Can they win the cup?
No, I don't think they get past Florida.
Then all this talk about what they've got on the team, and it means nothing because you don't even believe they can get past the Panthers. So once again, the Leafs will leave. So we're going to move past them, and let's focus on Ovechkin beating the Hurricanes and going for the Stanley Cup.
That's not happening either. Fine. But Sophia loves the Leafs, so I was just trying to get to her about the Leafs. Well, our hockey expert, we're trying to get to there instead of just some guy who's adopted a Russian from the Washington Capitals.
He's my brother.
Unreal.
No, I just feel like I have to have one Canadian team to root for.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I have a team in the United States that I root for, and obviously it's the Red Wings, but they're not playing. So I gotta pick. I don't know yet for the United States because I need to go back and do more research on it. But Toronto.
Yeah. The Maple Leafs are going to Maple Leaf. I mean, I have to agree.
Yeah.
I have to agree with the guy who's jumped ship apparently and is now a Washington Capitals fan.
I
but
still love the Blackhawks.
No, you
Blackhawks,
can't do that though.
The Blackhawks are nowhere to be found right now because they're in Cancun. The Cancun Blackhawks are relaxing, so I'm gonna cheer on the Washington Capitals because I like Ovi. I've always liked Ovi. He's a good guy, man. Let's give it up for
fair
that.
weather fan. Fair weather fan.
Oh, mercy.
So the Oilers and the Golden Knights obviously move on to the second round. They will be facing each other here in the second round. Oilers beating the Kings 4-2, which is kind of surprising. A Kings team that, to be honest with you, I thought was a year ahead of schedule. I kind of feel like, to relate it in baseball terms, the Kings were in their 2015 Cubs phase, and they found a way into the playoffs. They were a higher seed than the Oilers, the 2 seed in the West, I believe. So I didn't feel like this was as much of an upset as a lot of people thought.
Well, the
Sophia,
Oilers,
what do you see?
they were there a couple years ago, weren't they?
They were.
They were in the Cup a couple years. Yeah.
Correct. But do you see them being able to also knock off a really, really strong and veteran Golden Knights team?
Honestly, the both of them are really good. I mean, they've been winning games kind of like cohesively together, I feel like. But I feel that's a hard prediction to make because it's Oilers versus the Knights. And I agree with you that the Knights are definitely a year ahead of their time and they've played like it. And that's why they're in the spot that they are now. But the Oilers, I mean, I feel like the Oilers went pretty far last year, didn't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
they were in the Stanley Cup final last year.
Yeah, the Oilers they're a solid team. I just think they're just solid. Now, Canada's got some weird thing, right, where you guys correct me because you guys are the aficionados, but I don't think a Canadian team's won the Cup in like 20, 30 some weird years, something like that. It's been a really long time. Am I correct about that? It's been a while since a Canadian team has won the Cup, right?
Yeah, it's been a while. I mean, look,
I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon again. That's, unless there's some weird thing that comes about. I'm not picking no Canadian team.
Well, the Oilers almost pulled it off last year, though. I mean, they were down 3-1 to that Florida team, and they did force a Game 7 last year, so they were close. And that's why I like this Oilers team, but I don't think that heading into a series against this Golden Knights team that is just so good, and the goaltending that they have there with Hill. I mean, they are. I don't know. For me, I think that it's going to be the Golden Knights versus in the conference finals versus whoever wins Game 7 tonight between the Stars and the Avalanche. What do you think, Sophia?
I definitely would have to agree with you. I feel like, like the Oilers are. What are we talking about right now? I was looking at the
I love that.
So many
early morning.
There's so many things I'm looking at.
When you're in your 20s, which by the way, Sophia, I'd like to tell you, thank you for making me feel as old as I've ever felt in my entire life yesterday. Because when you told me how old you were and you still party with your friends, and I realized that you are a year younger than my daughter.
Excuse me.
It really made me feel old.
Excuse me, sir. I'm a year older than you. Quiet your mouth.
That's what I'm saying.
You make me feel old. Silence. Now, yes, just in a quick side note, as we were talking about the Knights and Oilers, so this does fit into it. The last Canadian team to win was Montreal Canadiens, and I was correct. See, the bandwagon, I said it was 20, 30 years ago. I was correct. It's been 30 years since stats happened. But, yes, we were talking about this Golden Knight Oilers series, Sophia, and how do you feel? How do you see it shaping out? Yeah.
Got it. There's so many. I'm looking at the schedule right now. Just trying to figure it out. I definitely think that the Golden Knights probably will take it. I agree with Brandon on this. The Oilers might buff it. They might just fall on their knees, probably.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with you. I think goaltending is going to be the difference in this series.
It's for sure going to be the biggest thing. I mean, and at that point.
Aiden Hill is just one of those guys. I mean, he just stands on his head. I think he gets the Golden Knights through this as well. So, I completely agree with you. So before we get you out of here, Sophia, final prediction tonight, Game 7, my Stars, your Avalanche. Who's winning?
God, you can't do that to me.
I have to.
I definitely think that me going over my notes again. I definitely think that it's going to be the Stars, because also I got to look at their AHL team too, because their AHL team is so good.
Come to the dark side, Sophia. Come to the dark side.
Absolutely not, because they are playing the Griffins, which is the Red Wings AHL team in their Calder Cup playoffs, like whatever, right now, and I want my Griffins to win. So.
I don't like anything Detroit, so we'll except for Sophia.
Yeah, Sophia's the only thing in Michigan we appreciate. Other than that,
Well, it looks like
Blake
he's
too.
wearing
I mean,
Blake's nowhere near Michigan.
Pistons hat, a Detroit Pistons hat, from what I can see.
Oh, Pistons hat.
It looks like a Detroit Pistons hat.
Cubbies.
That's a Cubs hat.
She just accused you of wearing a Pistons hat. Oh my goodness.
Can't look that
Excuse me, ma'am. I would never.
If you did, Brandon,
Never.
if you did, I think I karate chop you.
I
think I'd judo chop you right in the studio. Like
I'd karate chop myself if I wore a Pistons hat.
But yes, I definitely think that, sadly to say, I definitely think that the Dallas Stars are going to win this game tonight.
All right, I like it. I like the fact that you finally came to my side. I appreciate that, Sophia.
Whatever.
Oh, before she goes though, Sophia, don't forget, a certain person went on a golfing excursion. Did you get that invite? I got a text at like 4 a.m. Hey,
and I got an answer 15 minutes after. I'm like, what's he doing up this
I'm
late?
not gonna be able to make the show. I got a golfing event that carrying over. I could just imagine that's what it sounded like while he was texting me this at 4 a.m.
Blake, he's not gonna let this go, man.
Why was I awake? Why was I awake? Because I'm an old man vampire. Okay,
that's true.
You don't sleep once you get to a certain age.
I'm gonna be going next week, so I already know I'm gonna get
a ton of it.
Are you going golfing without us?
Yes, golfing.
I'm going to Quebec.
Oh no, you can have that.
Yeah. Nothing really that cool in Quebec.
Isn't Detroit in Quebec?
Technically,
basically.
Technically,
Detroit is
Quebec.
technically in Toronto. Technically in Windsor, which is closer to Toronto.
Okay.
Windsor.
All right. It's all Canada. It all blends into one for me.
I'm not a geography guy.
Yeah, it's all Canada.
All right, Sophia. Well, thank you for joining us. Before we let you go, let everybody know how they can find you, your Twitter handle, all that stuff.
Oh, I'm not going to say my Twitter handle, but no, you can find me on Instagram, probably at Sophia_Blackburn. Twitter, I don't dare say that on air.
No, but you can still find her, though. Well, you can't find her on Twitter. She's able to find just...
what is that Twitter handle?
Sophia Blackbuns.
There we go.
I love it. She is the best. Sophia, we love you joining the show every time. And if you cannot come next week, boo, we will be sad, but we know you will be returning the following week. You have fun in Canada.
Okay. Bye-bye, guys.
Bye. All right. So we got the hockey talk out of the way, and I want to definitely touch down on some baseball. But before we get there, and we're going to get into this after the break as well, I have to complain about the Chicago Bears third round, fifth round, third day, I should say.
Is it time for a mega tag, baby?
The continuation to trade down, the mitigated gall, I should say, to go out there and leave edge rusher after edge rusher on the board. And I understand if you're after the running backs that were there, and every running back that you were after kept getting taken ahead of you and ahead of your picks, I understand that you're kind of going, you're scrambling a little bit, right? Because the guy that you want gets taken right ahead of you. But you've got guys out there on the edge that are capable of being your next big dude to rush the passer. What are you doing continuing? When did the Bears get so good? And I understand, like, look, again, if this draft was 2-3 years ago, we probably lose our minds, right? If this is an Eberflus draft and a Ryan Poles draft, we lose our mind. We trust the process a little bit more because it's Dennis Allen, because it's Ben Johnson.
You want to trust it. You want to.
Well, I think we do trust it a little bit more. That's why we're not completely losing our minds. But it's the same way that I feel like with other teams in the city. When did you get so good that you could just be like, you know what, we're good here. Let's keep trading down and passing on some of these players that could really help us out. Blake, I don't know if you saw the same thing that I saw in that third day of the draft, but I was extremely disappointed with how that went.
Day 3 and 4, or day 3 was pretty interesting, especially on day 2 when you make essentially a big splash in Luther Burden and at a position where, could they have went wide receiver, but we didn't expect second round wide receiver. I know we talked about in shows previous, we were saying maybe secondary. We're looking at Jaquan Brisker and Bayard, where their contracts line up and how much production can they give. We were thinking, okay, O-line. We were thinking, okay, D-line. But they went 2 skill positions back to back. Hey, I didn't have a problem. My initial reaction to Colson Loveland was a little overreactionary because I thought Tyler Warren might have been a better prospect. But as I kind of read up and educated a little more, it wasn't too bad. And I was super ecstatic with the Luther Burden pick. But like we talked about with Marcus, for weeks leading up to the draft, trenches, and more trenches.
Trenches.
And it just took too long to get to the trenches, at least in my opinion. They beefed up the front, or they beefed up the offensive line a ton in free agency. And like you said, the D-line is going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem.
Like I like the third round picks. I love the offensive tackle. I love the defensive tackle. Shamar Turner, I think, is going to be a beast. But when you leave guys like in the fourth round, when you're trading down and you're continuously trading out of the spot, and you've got Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins and you've got Braden Swinson both sitting there, and these, I mean, look, Braden Swinson might have been the fastest edge rusher available in the draft. He had the best hands of any edge rusher in the draft, in my opinion. I watched him a lot over at LSU, and I was like, I don't understand what you're doing here. I understand that you miss out, on Travion Henderson. I understand that you miss out, when it comes to Cam Scadaboo, and these guys get taken ahead of you. But when you've got other guys there, why are you not filling another hole instead of constantly trading down? I just felt like it was one of those smartest man in the room moments that really, in the end, I think might cost this football team.
So here's the deal. The Bears addressed needs except edge. When I go and I look at the Bears team, and it literally has listed for them for needs, it had defensive tackle, running back, wide receiver, cornerback, and edge. Not tight end. Tight end was not listed as a need for the Bears, but the Bears needed depth because most teams still go with 3 tight ends, and the Bears currently only had two tight ends signed. Now, you didn't have the offensive tackle that you wanted. There was not the defensive tackle you wanted. The top edge rusher was gone. You did have the option to make a choice between you get this guy Loveland or you go with one of the edge rushers from Georgia. Clearly, they didn't value the edge rushers the way we value. And the thing that we have to remember about any draft going into it, our board is not a professional NFL team's board. They have scouts that are literally watching these guys. It's not.
Should be.
But it just isn't, because here's the thing. They have scouts watching these guys for a lot longer than us that that dedicate their lives to trying to make sure that you can get the best player available for the team. So if they felt in that moment that, hey, we're gonna say best player available, and I get that some teams really stay true to that board as best player available, not need. And when we're clearly the way we would draft is that we would draft by need more than best player available, and I'm in that same vein. So I am upset with the third round. I'm not upset with Loveland because I feel like that was a small need. It was a luxury pick. It was a first. Let's give the first year coach his pick. This is his first pick of the draft. This is who he wants. Let him have it. My problem is linebacker that was not listed. Did you hear what I said for needs? Defensive tackle, running back, wide receiver, cornerback, and edge. You never heard me say linebacker. What was the point of trading all back, making all these moves if you weren't going to get a third round pick? And then you're going to go into the fourth and you're going to draft a linebacker. So there was no edge rushers. There was no edge rushers out there in the fourth, huh? There was no running back. There was no running backs out there in the fourth, huh?
That's what I'm saying.
That's what my issue is. Right there is where the draft turned. Everything was going good up to that point.
I agree with
Loveland, Burden. You know what? We needed a third wide receiver. Burden's the dog. Ozzie Triple. We needed depth in the trench of the offensive line. Perfect. Shamar Turner. I think that guy's going to be a house to deal with. We needed that guy.
Owners like Tanner Melvin of Side Street Studios share positivity about the local community. Elgin is on its
All right, well, we're going to kick it to a commercial break. We'll be right back in 6 minutes here on WRMN AM 1410.
Hand holding and shoulder rubbing and being like, it's okay. We're trying to get this town a lot more money. We're very lucky to live in this community right now. There's nothing like this around here.
Feel the positive power of the first shift with me, Marky B, weekday mornings on WRMN.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
Hey, Tammy, I just made an AI fact checker for the show. Do you want to try it out?
Sure. Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN.
Oh, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN, huh? What a bold, subjective opinion masquerading as a fact. Sure, I bet you and all 12 of her fans feel that way. While I can confirm the show exists, yay for reality, its best status is completely debatable. And yes, congratulations, it does air Monday through Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Let me know when Tammy wins an Emmy or something. Until then, this is a hard nope on objectivity. Grade 310. Fact, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends airs weekdays, Monday, Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. on WRMN. Try again when you want to talk about facts, not fangirling.
I'll work on it.
You better.
Most people out here think that taking care of one another is important. And most people would step up for a neighbor going through a tough time. Most people around here help out friends and family when they need it. But the funny thing is, most of us won't look for help when we need it. If you're struggling with mental health, you should know that there are resources out there that can help. And it's okay to talk about it if you need to. One place to get started with information is loveyourmindtoday.org. Loveyourmindtoday.org offers a range of guides, instructions, and insights for dealing with difficult situations or getting through a tough time. If you're struggling with mental health, get the help you need, because most people out here really care. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Want to know what the shepherds did after they visited the Christ child? To read the short novel, The Good Shepherds, a Christmas combat story by Michael Tooman. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Silink.net. That is PSYLINK.net. Papa Sierra Yankee, Lima India November Kilo, November Echo Tango.
Kids today live in a world full of social pressure, bullying, and substance abuse. LEAD has a solution. LEAD connects law enforcement agencies with schools to deliver tested, proven, and effective anti-drugs and violence training to kids. Learn more about LEAD, Law Enforcement Against Drugs and Violence, and our work to create safer, healthier communities at leadrugs.org or on social media at We Are LEAD. Sponsored by LEAD, Inc.
You want answers! I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
It's time for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth about Chicago sports. With your host, Marcus Mack.
Jed Hoyer, who I like to call Big Ball and Jed. He is going out on his shield, baby.
Blake Cowell.
And that's exactly what Jerry Reinsdorf wanted. Good enough, but never good enough.
And Brandon Combs.
You've got options at running back. I just think that that'd be a waste for the Bears. I think it's a waste for anybody to take a running back in the first round.
Right here on WRMN 1410, the voice of the Valley.
And back here on The Truth About Chicago Sports, 1410 AM, the voice of the Valley.
Yes, sir.
Brandon Combs, along with Blake Cowell, along with Marcus Mack.
We in the house, baby.
All right, so it got a little heated here before the break. So much so that we didn't realize that a commercial started. So I mean, you
got me fired. You got me fired, man.
Time for the truth.
And now we got the intro playing again. I don't know what's going on.
You got me fired, man. Because I'm telling you, just thinking about that. This goes back to last year, the punter in the 4th round.
Yeah.
And I'm still trying to let that go because that arrogance, man. And I understand, like I said, you had me the first 4 picks, you had me. And even the last 3 picks is like, okay, I don't think you had any choice but to select Cal Mananga. Is that the pronunciation? Mananga. Yeah. I think you had no choice but to grab Cal Mananga because you needed a running back. But you could have grabbed a running back in the place of Ruben Hippolyte. Ruben Hippolyte, the second from Maryland.
Right.
I just see, I mean, you get a running back there. You want to make a move on that. I mean, I think that Ruben would have still been there in the 5th. I think Ruben would have been there in the 6th or 7th. I really do. I just think that there was more value to find at running back that you still could have gotten in the 4th round. That's just me. And I'm sorry, I'm going on a Mac attack with the Bears for this, but you know, let's
not get too upset. I mean, we can save that for the regular season.
Right.
And let me play devil's advocate for you here, Marcus. Every team's going to have their holes.
Yep.
Like even we saw in the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, like they had holes. The team that won it, I mean, you could really argue, I guess that team is the only one that didn't. Now, when we flip to the regular season and say, why aren't we rushing the quarterback? Why aren't we getting there? That's when we can kind of say, okay, well, you should have went D-line. You should have addressed the O-line. But I try to make these comparisons to what the Lions did last year because the Lions were a good football team. They got bounced in the 1st round. Hey, it happens. We have a better quarterback than they do. But, hey, here's the point. They put up a lot of points. So maybe Ben Johnson's philosophy for this team, especially in year 1, is, hey, we might not need to get to the passer if we can put up 35 points a game. And with these guys, I can. Now, will it get frustrating if they lose a few 40 to 45 games in a row? Yes. But the Bears' defense still isn't that bad to give up 45, at least I don't think, especially with Dennis Allen.
Yeah, no, and look, I'd like to say hi to our guys in the chat, too. Brendan, Jeff Trains World, and Grant Leader,
Jeff,
all
Grant,
in the chat.
What's up, my peeps?
But, back to your point, Marcus, where, you were talking about the 4th round. You were good with it all the way up until Shamar Turner, and then after Shamar Turner, it kind of lost for you because you're talking about best player available, and you can't tell me.
And he wasn't the best player.
That's what I'm saying. That you're trading down for linebacker, and then Za Frazier out of Tennessee State, I believe, where you're grabbing cornerbacks and you're grabbing players when guys like Braden Swinson, edge rusher from LSU, you're talking about the edge rusher from Georgia in Ingram Dawkins, both out there and on the board, and one of your big needs is edge rusher. I mean, I'm sorry, but it just is. And I know that they just went out and got Odangbo, right? But here's the thing, is build depth. I'm all about building depth in the trenches. You can't, if one of these guys goes down on the offensive line or the defensive line, who is stepping in?
That's the key. That's the key. Who is stepping in?
Yeah.
And
I'll tell you who this puts a lot of pressure on.
And we cannot count on Dale to have this monster leap in his career. We're not talking about a guy that showed up in his 2nd year in the NFL. He's been in the NFL since 2021. Okay, and in that time, his production of sacks has been half a sack his first year, 5 sacks, 8 sacks, then down to 3 sacks. For the 2024 year. That doesn't sound like a sack machine to me. So, yeah, we're expecting him to pop. But the real issue is getting the pressure off of Montez Sweat, having the 3 technique that can collapse the pocket so that Sweat can be even more effective. Do we think that the Bears addressed that?
Well, they just gave out a huge contract to Grady Jarrett, so I hope they think he can help with that.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. And look, Grady Jarrett, Deo, we're looking at these guys, and I think that sometimes too, where it can help in the trenches is why I think that maybe Braxton Jones can be, take a little heat off of him, and why you can take a little heat off of the offensive line that hasn't really performed very well over the last couple of seasons, is because now you're adding veterans to that line, and let's see how the veterans help with the production on the line, and can that help as opposed to having the very young line on offense and defense and what you're doing back and forth. But when you're talking about, the Braxton Jones, or where you're talking about, Deo and all of these guys, and even the young edge rusher that they have, whose name always escapes me, that they had last year, had a great preseason, and they were high on him. I'm high on him as well. Austin Booker.
I was going to say, yeah.
I think that you've got that, but beyond that, say Montez Sweat and Deo go down in week 2. Say you have 2 guys that go down, whether it's a shoulder injury, whether it's a knee injury, whatever the case is. Who's coming in behind them? Who is taking up the slack? Are you talking about a guy in Agbaminga? Are you talking about a guy in Chris Williams or Daniel Hardy? Like who is there to take up the slack? And that is where the problem that I had with the Bears draft was that there's just not enough depth built. And I thought that they passed up chances to really build on that depth. And it's not about, whether or not that they have scouts that have been there longer and whether or not they've done, this and that. I just feel like, when you pass up those opportunities, regardless of your scouting department or whatever, and I can guarantee you that nobody in that scouting department, not one person in that scouting department, had Za Frazier ranked above guys like Braden Swinson.
Yeah, like you said.
There's just no way.
You got to have the depth, and why pass up on the depth? Cornerback is okay. Like I said, it was a position that they needed to address. They needed to grab another cornerback, so it did give them depth at that position, but you still hadn't addressed the more important one, and that's the issue. Yeah. Edge, to me, is more important than linebacker and cornerback. And I love Shamar Turner. You needed a defensive tackle. You needed to grab another defensive tackle, but you needed to finish this off with the edge. We've got a call on the line. We're going to let Jeff come and talk to us real quick. Jeff, you're on the air, my friend. Go ahead with your question.
It was, the thing is, I think I see a Nagy effect. Okay, so the reason I'm saying a Matt Nagy effect is you remember the first three. No, okay, it was what? He was 3 years. He was there 3 years, right? 4 years, whatever.
Yep.
The first year he did great, right? The second year it went downhill from there. Why? Because the same play calls were played every single year. People figured it out. It's kind of like the Cubs did with the World Series. They won the World Series. The next year everybody figured it out. Boom. That's what's going to happen. I don't have a lot of confidence in the Bears. And you guys saw this what they were you guys talking about. You're not showing up the front line, right? Because nobody gets it over there. For some reason, they always don't. They shortchange the front line. Somebody's going to get hurt every year. There's always, after the third or fourth game,
injuries.
There's always half the line out, right?
Yeah.
Half the guard. What's changed? Nothing. I don't see it. I'm not impressed. They're going to have to prove to the fans, because I'm really hoping the fans this year don't go to the games until they start improving, and then shortchange, Soldier Field, shortchange the McCaskies. As long as people keep going to the games, they don't care. Come on, you guys know this.
Yeah, no, and I agree with you.
For years.
And that's a great point.
Great point. Jeff, we want to thank you for calling in too. Buddy.
Yeah, man. Thanks a lot, Jeff. That was a great.
Get some racing on
racing, yes, Jeff. We will get racing.
All right, Jeff.
All right, guys. I'm just kidding you.
Maybe some horse racing. It's Derby Day, so we'll talk. A little bit about that. But no, it's a great call, and I get. Look, here's something that I've said for a long time, and you've heard me say this before, Marcus. Is that Bears fans? You have a little bit of what I call BTSD, Bears traumatic stress disorder.
I still have it. I got it.
We've sat down with all of these, over the last 30 to 40 years with this ownership and with this front office that really hasn't, tried to. I wouldn't say they haven't tried to put a winning product out there. They were okay with being the second.
Tank Post first year in the job, he tanked, right? So
I guess it's the way that you look at it, right? Like, where were they at in each one? I think ever since 2011, it's just kind of been a downward spiral, right? Like, we've been caught in a black hole of ineptitude with the Chicago
when
Bears.
We decided to move on from Lovey?
Well, I mean, I also mean when George McCaskey took over the team. So, you're looking at a football team that I believe that fans have a disorder when it comes to talking about this team. They don't believe that they can get it right. Now, I don't go that deep. I do suffer from a little bit of PTSD, but it's not as deep as a lot of fans out there have. And what I do trust is the process in where we got a head coach in Chicago now that everybody in the league wanted. Everybody in the league was after Ben Johnson, and the Bears landed him. And then the offensive and defensive coaching staff that he has put together, I believe what it looks like to me on paper is one of the best veteran coaching staffs that is out there, and it can change the culture. Now, that is the big thing about the Bears, is changing the culture of what has been in the Bears locker room over the last 15 years or so. Ever since Lovey left, the culture has been terrible in that Bears locker room. And if you don't change that culture, then it doesn't matter who you draft. It doesn't matter who you sign in free agency. This team is not going to be better. However, and Blakey, I mean, you can give me your take on this as well. I believe that is going to change starting this year, and I believe that the Bears are headed in the right direction.
I believe so too, and you made the perfect point. Everybody wanted Ben Johnson. This was not the second pick. This was not this will do. Like I said that with Mike McCarthy. I said, if we got Mike McCarthy, I would have said, yeah, okay, like the floor got raised, but there's still a ceiling. Ben Johnson, there's a lower floor than Mike McCarthy, I'd say, but the ceiling, we don't know where it's at, and that's why you need to be excited.
It's higher. It's way higher. Much higher.
I mean, he led a top 5 offense for 3 straight seasons while calling the plays. It's not like Matt Nagy where you bring this guy in and say, oh, he was wearing a Chiefs hat for 3 years, so he must be good. And it's like, well, when you got one of the best offensive play callers ever right above you, it's like you're always getting influenced. He wasn't even calling plays all the time for Kansas City. This is a completely different situation. There's no comparison to Ben Johnson and Matt Nagy.
We can't do that. And I love you, Jeff, but we cannot compare Ben Johnson to Matt Nagy. Ben Johnson was solely the offensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions. Dan Campbell was not the offensive play caller for the Detroit Lions. Andy Reid was the play caller for the Kansas City Chiefs.
That's Andy Reid's offense.
Nagy was just some understudy that just had a great way to sell himself. He was a great salesman. He sold himself to the Bears that he had these visions and knowledge.
Shop smarter and greener with Remix Market. We specialize in high quality, gently used furniture, home decor,
sorry,
and
guys.
unique
Hold
treasures.
on one
Perfect
second.
for giving your space a.
They're cutting our time. Matt Nagy's tapping in. He wants to stop talking about it.
We just went into commercial break very early. All right, I guess we'll just let that go. Then we'll come back. When we come back from break, we'll continue the truth about Chicago sports here on WRMN 1410.
Start shopping sustainably today.
The new novel, titled DUI Jury Trial, is the true story of 2 lawyers who defend a truck driver who is charged with DUI. If he's convicted, this truck driver faces a lifetime disqualification of his commercial driver's license, which would prevent him from ever driving a truck again. This 3-year legal battle culminates in a courtroom showdown, which involves the testimony of a DUI expert witness. This book, DUI Jury Trial, is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Most people out here think that taking care of one another is important. And most people would step up for a neighbor going through a tough time. Most people around here help out friends and family when they need it. But the funny thing is, most of us won't look for help when we need it. If you're struggling with mental health, you should know that there are resources out there that can help. And it's okay to talk about it if you need to. One place to get started with information is loveyourmindtoday.org. LoveYourMindToday.org offers a range of guides, instructions, and insights for dealing with difficult situations or getting through a tough time. If you're struggling with mental health, get the help you need, because most people out here really care. Visit LoveYourMindToday.org. That's LoveYourMindToday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has 2 convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. That's 800-257-3148.
You want answers! I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
It's time for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth about Chicago sports. With your host, Marcus Mack.
Jed Hoyer, who I like to call Big Ball and Jed, he is going out on his shield, baby.
Blake Cowell.
And that's exactly what Jerry Reinsdorf wanted. Good enough, but never good enough.
And Brandon Combs.
You've got options at running back. I just think that would be a waste for the Bears. I think it's a waste for anybody to take a running back in the first round.
Right here on WRMN 1410, the voice of the Valley.
Back here with the truth about Chicago sports. Brandon Combs alongside Blake Cowell and my guy Marcus Mack. Guys, we've done a lot of Bears talk, but I want to get to some baseball, because baseball's hot in this city right now. And not only are the Cubs playing really well, but the White Sox, look, I'm not going to tell you that the White Sox are going to be good. I'm not going to tell you the White Sox have a chance to come back in this division.
But it's just good to see them playing winning baseball.
And they're more fun to watch than they were last year. Now, look, they're tied with the Cubs for most wins this season by 7 or more runs. So
when the bats are hot, they're hot.
They've only won 9 games, but 7 of those 9 wins have been by a lot of runs. Yeah, and so they've won back-to-back games for the second time this season, which I'm not sure. I don't believe that they did all of last year. I'd have to double check on that.
With as many wins as they had, I'm not sure that happened.
So Marcus, let's start with you, because you're going to be out at the Rate today. They call it the Rate. I always call it Comiskey still. But you're going to be out at the Rate, and you're going to be, talking with the guys in the locker room and going and doing some post-game press conference stuff. This White Sox team, as opposed to last year, I think Will Venable has these guys actually playing at a good clip. And even the games, I know that they're still losing a lot of games, but the games that they're losing, they're at least competitive, whereas last year there was no competitiveness in this team whatsoever. What are you seeing differently this year as opposed to last?
Yeah, you're 100% correct. I will be down at the stadium today. Game's going to be at 1:10. Make sure you're tuning into WRMN 1410 to check out Game Time. We're going to have pregame. I believe it's going to start at 12:30. game time is going to start at 1:10. We're going to have Davis Martin going against Hunter Brown. And what I'm hoping for is that the Sox can do something that has been very rare for this organization, and that's win 3 games in a row, which happens to be called a winning streak. And I would love for that to happen. That's an old Major League reference to the baseball, great baseball movie. But, you know, that's what I want to see, an actual winning streak. And I still got my issues. I'm still out here Mac attacking Andrew Vaughn. And if this doesn't pick up soon, I'm going to lay down a serious Mac attack on him one day in our show. But right now, he's still getting a pass. It's the beginning of May. April was rough for him. April was rough for Luis Roberts, who's starting to actually pick it up a little bit. He's got 5 home runs, which gives me hope for a team that started out very, 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 very pathetic in the home run area. They've surprisingly have turned it around a little bit, and the bats have picked up some. I'm very pleased with the hustle. Like you said, the hustle has been the key. A new manager has definitely come in and given them life. Will Venable has been a nice touch to this organization because they needed that. I think that one of the hardest things that we've seen from these players is that mentally, it's hard for you to get into something, a good situation, a good hitting situation, a good pitching rhythm, if you're thinking in your head, I'm going to be moved. All I got to do is start playing good, and this team's going to move me for more assets. And that's something that's difficult, you know. And we're going to talk more about, you know, the other side of where you see you've got a team on the north side that has a completely different mentality. The players have a completely different mentality because they know what they're here for. Well, and when a player doesn't know what they're there for in an organization, it can be tough, especially when you got young players. And the Sox have that, a lot of young players.
Yeah, no, and one of the things that you're seeing from this White Sox team, too, that you didn't see a whole lot of last year is the players that they are bringing up are playing very well. Edgar Caro, since he has been brought up, I believe he's hitting over 320 since he's been brought up. He had another couple of hits last night with a couple of RBI as well, adding to a Luis Robert who looks like a resurgent Luis Robert. We talked about him a couple weeks ago.
Be careful. But be careful.
He's looked better over the last week.
Have some hope. Have some hope, Marcus.
He's still hitting my weight right now. Actually, I'm a little bit more chunkier.
I was going to say, you are not no 189, buddy.
I'm a little bit more chunkier.
both the 300. Get the 300.
I wish he was hitting my weight. That'd be a 50-point improvement in his batting average. No, so, you know, when you're talking about this, Blake, because I know you deal with a lot of, you know, the minor leagues and stuff like that, but it looks like we're going to go ahead and get back to that here when we come back from this break. Keep sneaking up on us. Not sure what's going on with the system right now, but we'll be back here on WRMN 1410 AM.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410. Elgin time, 11 o'clock.
A federal appeals court earlier rejected the administration's request. Mike Hemp in Washington.
This is SRN News. Breaking news this hour at townhall.com. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. The April jobs report shows the unemployment rate remains steady compared to the previous month.
The Labor Department reported Friday that U.S. employers added 177,000 jobs in April. The unemployment rate was unchanged at 4.2%. Both numbers, which demonstrate that the U.S. labor market remains in good condition, are based on surveys taken in the immediate wake of the Trump administration's move in early April to institute the highest level of tariffs on imports since the 1930s. The gain extended the streak of U.S. job growth to 52 months. Bernie Bennett reporting.
The numbers are in on efforts by the Department of Government Efficiency to rein in fraud, waste, and abuse.
Since January, 200,000 federal employees have been laid off, while over 75,000 accepted a buyout option known as deferred retirement. In total, more than 260,000 federal workers have been dismissed since President Trump took office. Elon Musk, who heads up Doge, says the department is making progress, but acknowledged that it, quote, could be more effective. Yet, so far, Doge has saved the government over $160 billion. Ken Lorman, Washington.
The Army has confirmed there will be a military parade on President Trump's birthday in June, all part of the celebration surrounding the Army's 250th birthday as well.
In a statement Friday, Army spokesman Steve Warren said the birthday celebration will include a spectacular fireworks display, the parade, and a day-long festival on the National Mall. Plans obtained by the AP say the procession will include Stryker vehicles, 2 companies of tanks, Bradley and Paladin artillery vehicles, and howitzers, with the heavier vehicles joining the procession near the Lincoln Memorial.
Correspondent Jennifer King reports plans for the parade call for about 6,600 soldiers and 50 helicopters to take part. More from townhall.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free, no-risk consultation. 800-292-7875. 800-292-7875. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-292-7875.
Washington correspondent Mike Hempton reports the administration is asking the nation's high court to rule on legal protections for Venezuelan immigrants.
The Trump administration is asking the Supreme Court to temporarily strip legal protections from 350,000 Venezuelans. The Justice Department wants the high court to put on hold a ruling from a federal judge that kept in place temporary protected status for Venezuelans that would have expired in April. That status allows people in the U.S. to live and work legally because their home countries are considered unsafe for their return. A federal appeals court earlier rejected the administration's request. Mike Hempton, Washington.
Microsoft is raising prices on Xbox. The company says it will be raising its prices on Xbox consoles, controllers, headsets, and some of the games. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. There's a new legal order blocking a White House action.
A federal judge has blocked a White House executive order targeting an elite law firm. The judge's order says that Trump's executive order against Perkins Coie violated multiple provisions of the Constitution and ordered that it be immediately nullified. Trump's executive order sought to punish the firm by stripping the security clearances of its lawyers, blocking its employees from accessing federal buildings, and canceling federal contracts involving the firm. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Senator Tom Cotton says President Trump has made it clear what happens if Iran should develop a nuclear weapon.
He doesn't speak the way traditional Republicans speak, who say, or else all options might be on the table. He says it very bluntly. There will be bombing.
Bombing if, in fact, Iran develops a nuclear program or a path to obtaining a nuclear weapon. Cotton was interviewed by the Salem Radio Network this week. More on these stories at townhall.com.
The Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin is a place to connect with family, friends, and your community. Moose Lodge 799 is conveniently located at 925 South McLean Boulevard, and they offer fun family activities, exciting community service projects, and live entertainment on the weekends. At Moose Lodge 799, you'll find a place to relax, make new friends, and be part of something bigger, like supporting the kids of Mooseheart. Doors at Moose Lodge 799 open at 2 p.m. Tuesday through Friday and at 11 a.m. on Saturday and Sunday. Join a welcoming group of members who share a passion for good times and giving back. Call 847-741-0799. That's 847-741-0799 for more information, or stop by and see what they are all about. Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin, where family, friends, and community are always invited to join.
Want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
It's time for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth about Chicago sports. With your host, Marcus Mack.
Jed Hoyer, who I like to call Big Ball and Jed, he is going out on his shield, baby.
Blake Cowell.
And that's exactly what Jerry Reinsdorf wanted. Good enough, but never good enough.
And Brandon Combs.
You've got options at running back. I just think that would be a waste for the Bears. I think it's a waste for anybody to take a running back in the first round.
Right here on WRMN 1410, the voice of the Valley.
And back here at WRMN 1410 for a full segment, hopefully this time, I think. We are here with Blake Cowell, and we are here with Marcus Mack.
Oh man, been playing games with us today. That's all right though, because we're still getting through it just fine. But the commercials have definitely been like, oh, hey, we're in commercial break. All right, let's go with it.
That's definitely the what has been going on. But so we were talking about the White Sox, Blake, and we're talking about the minor leagues, right? And when you look at a guy like Edgar Quero and what he's been able to do since he's come up, and what they have down in the minor leagues going on right now with probably Andrew Vaughn's replacement coming up very soon, because you are looking at a guy that is just absolutely lighting it up down at AAA. What do you see with this White Sox team? Do they have a good core? And is it may it not be the 5 years that I was thinking heading into the season before we see a competitive team on the field?
If you're a White Sox fan, you should at least be optimistic of this season. And before the season, like you mentioned, we're not going to sit here and tell you that we think the White Sox are a good team this year, but you got to look at the pieces that you're building around. You mentioned it earlier, the 2015 Cubs. You threw them some glory there in the hockey segment. I mean, if you're watching this White Sox team, it's like the 2014 Cubs, where they're not going to make the playoffs, but you have a guy that comes up like a Jorge Soler, and you're like, okay, this is an asset. You have a guy like Javier Baez that has a quick cup of coffee in the major leagues, and you're like, okay, this is an asset. And speaking on the minor leagues of the White Sox, they overhauled their whole farm with the Garrett Crochet trade, poaching a lot of good prospects off the Boston Red Sox, who have a solid system. But I want to highlight Tim Elko down there in the minor leagues. I mean, his OPS is over 1,000. It's over 1,100. He's already had 10 home runs, so we have a pure power hitter in AAA. But when is he going to get the opportunity? And I'm on Twitter more than I'd like to admit. But in this line of industry, you kind of have to stay informed and feel the pulse of the fan base. And a lot of White Sox fans are asking the same question: why is Andrew Vaughn taking at bats away from Tim Elko? And I don't have a good answer for you, because like the 2014 Cubs, you need guys to fail in the major leagues. We've seen it with Matt Shaw. Like, sometimes that is good. You come up, you see if you can handle this pitching, and if you can't, then you go back down for a little bit and figure it out. Tim Elko, he's figured out AAA pitching. I mean, he's done it for over a month. Maybe you give him a couple more weeks to see if it's a fugazi, to see if it's just a hot streak, but it's clearly a hot streak. The guy's OPSing over 1,000, and it's over a month into the season. So if you're a White Sox fan, you're not going to be good this year, but you got to look at a guy like Tim Elko and say, that is a postseason level ball player. That is a guy we can build around. He's only 26. I mean, he's an older prospect, but Michael Busch was 26 last year. Look what he's doing because he got some major league experience, and Tim Elko needs that soon.
The developmental system, though. That's the issue. The talent, sure, bring it in. Trade away what you got to try to bring in younger players. Development, though, that is my issue with the White Sox organization. Their scouting, their development, they need to fix. Those areas have to be fixed. They have to fix those areas. You could bring young guys in, but the baseball is not the game where a guy is going to just walk in like King Griffey Jr. or Alex Rodriguez. That's a rare gem. You have to develop these guys in the minor leagues and then bring them up. And right now, I am not sold on the developing system that is in place for the Chicago White Sox organization currently.
Yeah, and that's something that, look, I mean, Chris Getz was in charge of before he got the GM position. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. And this franchise has a way of letting guys fail up, and when you look at this system and what they're doing, you hope that they've found a way to turn it around, because Tim Elko, a career minor leaguer to this point, but this year, I mean, 10 home runs already this season in AAA, 21 RBIs, batting .357, and like you had mentioned, Blake, he's got an 1138 OPS. I mean, that's better than anything you've got right now on the South Side. Why is this kid? Let's just bring him up, see what he's got, because I guarantee you what he has got can't be much worse than what you're getting from Andrew Vaughn.
Andrew Vaughn has popped. Let's just be honest, right?
Well,
Andrew Vaughn has popped.
Yeah. You need the opportunities too. I mean, me and you are Cubs guys, Brandon, and we saw Matt Mervis come up last year, and he struggled. And part of it was because he didn't get all of the opportunity.
And that's why he's in Miami
to succeed. And that's why he's in Miami succeeding. And the White Sox are the perfect team for guys to come up and fail, because they're going to get the opportunities. If this guy was on the Dodgers, I get it. I get why you keep him down, because Freddie Freeman's one of the best first basemen in baseball. Yes. If he was in Atlanta, Olson's not giving up at bats to a guy like Tim Elko. We're talking about Andrew Vaughn here. We're talking about Andrew Vaughn. Andrew Vaughn's no Freddie Freeman. Get Tim Elko up here. Let him struggle. Let him fail, but let him learn. Yes. And if he doesn't fail, then guess what? You got a pretty good ball player on your roster, and that's what the White Sox need.
Tim Elko's OPS is 700 points higher than Andrew Vaughn's. 700 points higher.
Andrew Vaughn is who Andrew Vaughn is. That's what I've been telling people. 2021, 235 batting average. He had a 407 at bats. 2022, 510 at bats. That was the only time he did something decent where he hit 271. So his best season was still not even all-star, just decent.
Well,
decent.
In baseball now, though, when you're talking about batting average, in 271 now, I mean, that's equivalent to probably 320 back in 1998 when we were watching in 300 averages were a thing.
But at the same time, you still see it in the other areas. His on-base percentage. His WAR was a minus 0.2. His OPS is 750. He's not. He never came to the heights of what we have come accustomed to from a White Sox first baseman, which has been set going back to the 90s, established with Frank Thomas.
And even right now, he's a negative WAR player. He's a negative 1.3 WAR right now. Actually, as a matter of fact, the White Sox have 7 players right now that are negative WAR.
His best hitting season, 271. He was negative 0.2 WAR.
Yeah.
Okay, this guy is popped. It's time to find some reason, way, or how to wield it to say we are done with him. And the only thing I could think of is that either the kid isn't ready with the glove, because fielding is a big part of it, and especially at first base.
Yeah.
You gotta be able to field. I'm sorry. We like to have the big, powerful bat at first base, but you gotta be able to field. You gotta be able to dig that ball out the dirt. You gotta be able to catch some of those wild throws that come from the third baseline, the shortstop, second baseline, from the outfield even. You gotta be on it with that glove, and maybe that's the one thing that's saving Vaughn? Because that's the one thing we can't say. He doesn't. He has a good glove.
I think what's saving Vaughn.
I guess that's the only thing we can say about him.
I think what's saving Vaughn right now is that they don't want to admit yet, and this is what it seems like. They don't want to admit yet that they're wrong about the kid.
A number 1 draft pick?
And and that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, sometimes you get these players that you just want to hold on to. I mean, for a long time, and I know Kyle Schwarber has blown up since the Cubs let him go.
Commercial break.
And we'll be right back.
My grandparents harvested their land to
Sports
sell
on
food and shared its overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
If your idea of therapy involves a fishing rod, a tree stand, or a campfire, then you need American Outdoors Radio. Host John Cruz speaks your language, whether it's about the best lures, tracking game, or that one buddy who always forgets to bring the beer. John's got the tips to sharpen your aim, the hacks to pack lighter, and the stories to keep you entertained. Again, that's American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz. Saturdays at 7 a.m. on WRMN 1410. Or stream it at WRMN1410.com. Get ready to outfish, outhunt, and outcamp them all on American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
I always had to be so good, no one could ignore me. Carve my path with data and drive. But some people only see who I am on paper. The paper ceiling, the limitations from degree screens to stereotypes that are holding back over 70 million stars. Workers skilled through alternative routes, rather than a bachelor's degree. It's time for skills to speak for themselves. Find resources for breaking through barriers at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
What's the best way to get rid of a timeshare that you don't want? Call the Timeshare Exit Hotline. We're a group of attorneys that help customers legally exit their timeshares. It's an easy process. We guarantee results or you pay nothing. Exit your timeshare today. Call now.
800-890-5957. 800-890-5957. That's 800-890-5957.
And welcome to The Truth About Chicago Sports. It's your boy Brandon Combs along with Marcus Mack and Blake Cowell. hopefully here we are going to have another full segment. We were talking about the White Sox here as I'm trying to figure out these buttons as we go. But we were trying to figure out buttons. But we're talking about the White Sox and what they have going on and their minor league system and how good of a team they can be moving forward. So, Blake, let me ask you real quick, when you see the White Sox coming into the next 5 years, or maybe even sooner, when do you think that this team's competitive again?
I wouldn't say next year, just because baseball, if you're doing a full rebuild of like gutting a team and starting from scratch, it takes time. You know, it's not like basketball where you can just add a superstar and immediately implement them into a roster and it's going to work. But a guy like Kyle Teal kind of headlined that Garrett Crochet trade. He's a catcher right now in AAA. We might see him this year. We might not. You have Tim Elko. You have a lot of young arms with the White Sox, which I think could expedite this process a little bit. Just because, like we've seen kind of like, think of the 2015 Mets. When you have all those electric arms, you have Jacob deGrom, Noah Syndergaard, Matt Harvey. You have guys that can come up and light other lineups up. And especially in baseball, when you have those young electric arms, that can really make a team better. So, like I said, think of this team as the 2014 Cubs. You want to see some improvement. You want to see some guys do some things. Next year, I'll put the White Sox in the frisky category. Next year, I want to see the White Sox get frisky.
I like that. I like that term. I like that, Balake, frisky.
With an extra wild card, you got some teams that can be frisky. Like I said this year, the Cincinnati Reds, that's a frisky team this year, and they're playing like it. I want to see that with the White Sox next year. So competitive next year, frisky. Absolutely.
Absolutely. That's a great assessment, Blake. Like I said, you know, I'm going to always love my team on the South Side, and we know it's an uphill battle, but hey, let's go White Sox. Like I say, once again, the game is today at 1:10. I will be there on location for WRMN, taking notes and interviewing players and having some fun time. So let's go White Sox. But now let's move on to that hot team. That hot team.
They are that hot
the
team.
hot boys. I like to call them the hot boys.
With that hot Pete Crow Armstrong
PCA.
right now. This kid, Blake, we are seeing the dawn of a superstar in this town. And it's something that it not only, and I don't even want to say it's homegrown because they did get him in a trade, but you're looking at a guy who you brought up through the system, who is now really starting to come into his own. And he said last night that it's really easy to hit inside of this lineup. And I understand where he's coming from with that, because when you have guys that are you know, pitchers would rather pitch around, you start seeing a lot more hittable pitches yourself. So, you know, they moved him up in the lineup a little bit, finally moved down Dansby Swanson. That was something good that I liked seeing. They started that last weekend. I think that was a necessity. And so, but now all of a sudden, Dansby Swanson's starting to hit a little bit again. So I'll take that for what it's worth, because I don't think that can last very much longer, because Dansby Swanson's just not that guy. He's never been that guy. But when it comes to PCA, I think we're seeing a superstar in this town. Would PCA, if PCA continues on track, and right now I saw a stat earlier this morning that made me kind of chuckle a little bit, because through 33 games last year, you had Shohei Ohtani had 7 home runs and 7 stolen bases. And
no, we're not doing that.
This year,
we're not doing that.
PCA has
we're not doing that.
8 home runs and 12 stolen bases.
We're not doing that.
So is PCA going to be the first 60-60 guy in Major League Baseball? We're not doing that. Would PCA... Let's say he hits 25 home runs and he steals 65 to 70 bases like he wants to steal. If you see the start of a superstar with PCA, would that make it a little bit easier if they don't end up extending Kyle Tucker?
Ooh, that's a great one.
It's a great question. And I'm going to counter it by not answering it directly, because that's what I have to do. Because that's what I have to do.
They have to sign Tucker, right? I'm just sorry. They have to sign Tucker.
Of course, because I want to give you this, Brandon. If you have the opportunity to keep 2 of the top 10 players in baseball, let's say next year, Kyle Tucker finishes with 8 WAR. PCA is on track. He's already got 2. He can get to, if he stays on this pace, he's going to get to 7. If you have a 7 and 8 WAR player, you keep them both because as we're seeing right now, keeping those guys around ensures that you're not going to win the Central for the next 5 to 6 years, but it gives you a great opportunity. I mean, last night, let me break some news here on the Truth About Chicago Sports. I talked about having the ring with the Chicago Cubs, and I was scared to pull it out and propose to him. I'm getting married, fellas.
Yeah.
This team won 10-0.
You are engaged.
The monkey that was on their back for years, the Milwaukee Brewers, who kicked their teeth in with lucky hits and devil magic. Yep. The Cubs turned around, looked at him in the eyes on the first game of the season, and they said, not this year.
You know what happened?
Not this season.
You know what happened, guys? They got White Sox. They got White Sox. The White Sox poisoned them. They played the White Sox, and the White Sox sprinkled some Southside little fairy dust on them. And all of a sudden,
the little brother,
Cubs said, come here, boy, and beat them on up. It was beautiful.
They took the little brother and they stuffed him in the closet, and they said, not this season.
Not today.
And that was enough for me to say, I'm getting married, because PCA was electric, Ben Brown was electric. Michael Bush had a grand slam.
Suzuki.
I mean, this lineup top to bottom is insane. Do I still have some question marks with the starting rotation? I have less question marks about the bullpen as we progress in the season because I love how the back end's been looking. The starting rotation is still so-so, but like I said, they've implemented the infrastructure to be good. Chris Flexen went 3 scoreless innings last night. Ben Brown was very good. Colin Ray has been insane. This team... The next step is saying if they're World Series contenders or not.
Don't you do that.
That is something I'm waiting on because they need to add at the deadline.
Behind, whether it's a relaxing
and when we get back
adventurous landscape.
From break, we'll continue talking more Cubs here on WRMN 1410.
Killing me.
They specialize in vacation destinations, land and sea, making your dreams come true. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates. Cruises International isn't just about booking travel. They're your personal concierge, trusted travel advisor, and advocate. Your preferences are unique, and they'll take the time to understand exactly what you're looking for. From personalized service to their global network of specialists, they ensure that your vacation is tailor-made just for you. It's time to plan the vacation of a lifetime. Call 800-255-7447. That's 800-255-7447 today. And speak to a cruise and vacation expert. Cruises International. It's time to set sail to your dream destination.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. That's 800-257-3148.
This is Larry Jones.
and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
It's time for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth about Chicago sports. With your host, Marcus Mack.
Jed Hoyer, who I like to call Big Ballin' Jed, he is going out on his shield, baby.
Blake Cowell.
And that's exactly what Jerry Reinsdorf wanted. Good enough, but never good enough.
And Brandon Combs.
You've got options at running back. I just think that would be a waste for the Bears. I think it's a waste for anybody to take a running back in the first round.
Right here on WRMN 1410, the voice of the Valley.
Back here on WRMN 1410 AM, Brandon Combs along with Blake Cowell. I don't know. I apologize for all the hiccups that we've had with the system so far. This afternoon we're not expecting some of the breaks to go on, but we keep soldiering on, Blake. We keep soldiering on. You were just getting fired up about the Cubs and the season that they are about to have. So, you tell me, I like this team. I like what I'm seeing. I loved. I don't know if you saw the video of the fan, the Brewers fan that caught the home run and then was crying as he threw the ball back in and just screamed in an obscenity as he was throwing the ball back in. To me, that was the greatest moment of my night last night. Other than taking my daughter to senior prom and seeing her in her beautiful prom dress. But that was the highlight of my night, watching that Brewers fan cry, because to me, I'm just like, oh God, that feels so good.
Oh, it feels incredible, especially because PCA hit that ball, and we, in a friendly NL Central rivalry, really across the board, there's a lot of young talent. Ellie De La Cruz. You look over at the Cardinals; they have Mason Wynn, Ivan Herrera, who's on the IL right now. But especially Milwaukee, the guy like Jackson Chourio, who had some good postseason moments last year, and PCA kind of took the back seat to this young NL Central talent pool, and this year. I mean, we're looking at a guy who's top 10 in WAR right now. So he is not by far, but right now he's the most exciting young player in the Central, and he's showing it. And it was poetic justice, as some would say, that PCA launched that in the stands the second of the night, and the Brewer fans reacted accordingly because they have to deal with this guy for a long time here in the Central.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And there's still 2 games to go in this series, and I kind of want to take it to a point where I'm like, all right, breathe a little bit, because the Brewers, just like you were talking about before, they have this voodoo magic on the Cubs. Last night was a great win, 10-0 win. I love all the runs you're scoring, and now the ghost of Jose Quintana comes in, and now you're facing off against the ghost of Jose Quintana. What are, I know it's Jameson Taillon. Jameson Taillon have a propensity to give up some home runs, especially in Milwaukee. He's already given up 5 this season. Would you be, how upset would it make you as a Cubs fan to lose this game today to Jose Quintana?
It would be tough to stomach, but Brandon, I'm not buying it. I'm just not buying it because this offense is different. This is the best offense in baseball. I saw tweets about that, similar ideas of Jose Quintana. He's going to own us. He's going to do this. He's going to do that. Jose Quintana, you think he's going to the mound saying, "Oh, here's a cakewalk today"? No, he's got to face Kyle Tucker. He's got to face Suzuki. He's got to face PCA. He's got to run through a gauntlet. So the Cubs are always going to have to put up runs. They're always going to score runs. I mean, you can't win a baseball game if you don't score. Duh. Math is math. You got to score more than the other team. But this offense is so good. I'm really not worried about it. It would be tough to stomach, but we just beat Paul freaking Skeens, man. So how can we beat Paul Skeens and then be worried about Quintana? Maybe it's me getting a little cocky. Maybe it's me getting a little meatball, but I'll never apologize for having fun, and that's what I'm having right now as a Cubs fan. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, look, I'm having a blast right now as a Cubs fan. I'm not going to sit there and tell you either that there's, I don't believe that this offense is different. We talked earlier. I talked about BTSD, right? Bears traumatic stress disorder.
Yeah.
Well, I also have CTSD with Cubs traumatic stress disorder.
Sure.
And I look at the lineup and I look at the way they're hitting, and I remember last year. Because last year they were hitting at a really good clip entering May as well. And then all of a sudden the lights just went out for 2 months and they couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. So I'm a little bit more paused as far as getting overly excited. But I love what I'm watching right now, man. I love the growth and the development of PCA and in the way that he's really turned his own over the last couple of weeks, ever since that trip to Los Angeles. He's really started to come into his own. And then when you're talking about the way that the rest of the lineup is hitting, minus Dansby Swanson, who was also, like we talked about, turned it around since being, taken down in the lineup a little bit. But you're talking about Carson Kelly, who has been amazing. His OPS still over 1,500. When you're talking about, which is wild, right? Because look, I knew when I watched him a lot in Texas, and I felt like him, sitting behind Jonah Heim, I felt like, he was a guy who, if he was given a chance to play every day, could be a guy that could hit, somewhere around 260, 270 and could be
give you production.
He can give you some offensive production, and he could be a good starting catcher in the league. But I just don't know, here's my thing. How long are you keeping this thing up, right? And if you can't keep it up, if they keep this up all year long, I mean, you're like you were talking about before, when Marcus had cut you off, is that you're talking about a team that could be a National League champion.
And we've already seen it with the teams that they've played. That's why it's easier for me to stomach, because that's why I had the ring and didn't propose till 10 minutes ago, was the CTSD was real. It was in May. Everything went south. Everything was bad. But you also have to look at last season too, was health. Cody Bellinger was out for stretches. Seiya Suzuki was out for stretches. Dansby Swanson, Nico Horner were playing injured at certain points. I think if the health can stay there, because we'll call it how it is, if someone goes down for an extended period of time, you're now looking at a guy like John Birdie, who then has to play every day. You're then looking at a guy like Justin Turner, a 40-year-old Justin Turner that has to play a significant portion of time. It's health. It's a lot of health, but another thing too, they can backfill them with some minor leaguers. I've talked about on some podcasts I do during the week, Johnny Long. He plays first and third base. He's currently batting over 300 in AAA. That's a guy that could get an opportunity. You're looking at Owen Casey and Kevin Alcantara that haven't broken into the big leagues yet, but they're knocking on the door too. So there's a lot to backfill and a lot of depth. The only thing that still worries me is the starting pitching depth, because that we've already seen. Justin Steele's not coming back. Shota Imanaga left the game last Tuesday. Thankfully, only cramps, but everyone was holding their breath, because if he goes down, Matthew Boyd's now your number one starter, and that's not what you really want.
Well, you also have a guy, and it looks like we got another break coming up here in about a minute and a half. So we'll get to this real quick, and then we'll hit it on the other side of the break. But when I am looking at this rotation and the depth, I think that there's some guys, some pieces that can come up. And one of them right now is just absolutely killing it down in AAA. Right now in AAA, Cade Horton has an ERA in his first 5 starts, I should say, of under 1.2. So I like what I'm seeing from Cade Horton. His strikeouts, his last time out went 6 innings, and struck out 5, walked 1, and only gave up 3 hits. He hasn't allowed more than 3 hits in any outing this season. So at some point, Cade Horton has got to come up here, and at some point, Cade Horton is going to be your ace of this staff, I believe. And, it's probably no time better than right now. I don't know if it's a time and service thing as to why they're waiting on this, but it's a time, whatever the case is, Cade Horton is probably going to be the answer in the rotation. And I think that it's actually going to be this year, not out of the fact that it's time for him to come up, which it probably is, but just also out of necessity for the health of this rotation. And I think that he's capable of pitching at this level. So we'll talk about that on the other side of the break when we come back here on The Truth About Chicago Sports, WRMN 1410 AM. And then, of course, the commercial did not start. So we'll just keep going until the commercial starts here.
Let's get our money's worth.
I don't know what's going on here today. I'm not quite sure. It's my first time actually looking at the system. And from what I saw in the system, it said 11:40 and it didn't go. So we'll just keep going here.
We'll keep it rolling. Yeah.
What do you think about Cade Horton and when you see him, when you see Cade Horton and what he's doing down at AAA, what's your thoughts there?
I mean, you love to see it. And another thing too with Cade Horton is he's coming off an injury, so I think there's a lot of that's still in play. Is he checking all the boxes? One thing that Tyler Zombro mentioned to me over last offseason, just talking to him on my podcast, was they have to check all the boxes, and once they check all the boxes, they're good to go. But that's still, you have to make sure that health and development and stretching guys out, because pitchers are weird, man. I mean, as we've seen, like Justin Steele, when he first came up, he struggled. He struggled a lot because he was coming out of the bullpen. And he was piggybacking guys.
Blake, there's that commercial. So we'll be right back. 1410 AM.
Our performance-based curriculum is designed to transform your skills and confidence. From learning new instruments to rocking a full-blown concert, we bring out the best in every musician, no matter their level. Join the School of Rock Elgin family today, where music isn't just learned, it's lived. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up now to get your desired time slot. School of Rock is now open. Unleash your inner rock star.
Chicago defense attorney Mark Schieblo has co-authored the book titled DUI Jury Trial, which is a true story of a DUI case that he defended. The accused was an Illinois truck driver arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. This book contains facts about the case from the date of the arrest up to the jury's verdict, and this nonfiction novel also includes the transcripts from the jury trial itself. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
When your car is making a strange noise, no matter what it is, you can't just pretend it's not happening.
That's an interesting sound.
It's like your mental health. If you're struggling and feeling overwhelmed, it's important to do something about it. It can be as simple as talking to someone in your community, or just taking a deep, calming breath when you need it. Nice. For mental health resources, check out loveyourmindtoday.org. At loveyourmindtoday.org, you'll find information that may help you get through a tough time. Things like tips for dealing with stress, how to navigate difficulties like financial worries, anger, substance use, and more. You can also find real stories of how people navigated their own mental health challenges. Because once you start to address the problem, you can go so much further. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has 2 convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
When you're high, you feel different.
You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Are you looking to buy, sell, or trade something? Maybe clean out that attic or basement, or just make a little extra cash? Then don't miss Tradio on Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. Weekdays at 12:30 p.m. Call in to let folks in the Fox River Valley know what you're looking for or what you've got to get rid of. It's easy, it's free, and it's a great way to connect with your community. Call in at 847-931-1410. That's 847-931-1410. If it's got to go, then let us know. Only on Tradio. Here on WRMN AM 1410.
You want answers! I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
It's time for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth about Chicago sports. With your host, Marcus Mack.
Jed Hoyer, who I like to call Big Ball and Jed, he is going out on his shield, baby.
Blake Cowell.
And that's exactly what Jerry Reinsdorf wanted. Good enough, but never good enough.
And Brandon Combs.
You've got options at running back. I just think that that'd be a waste for the Bears. I think it's a waste for anybody to take a running back in the first round.
Right here on WRMN 1410, the voice of the Valley.
WRMN 1410 AM, the voice of the Valley. The truth about Chicago sports. I'm Brandon Combs alongside Blake Cowell. We're talking about the Cubs, the red-hot Chicago Cubs, and their farm system, and Cade Horton, and everything that he could possibly bring to this team. You know, Blake, I'm going to tell you this, man. I don't want to get too overly excited about this team. But what I do, think about this baseball team with the Cubs is that I think that this is sustainable.
I think so too. I really do. And we're at the point, I'm not going to say we're at the point now where we're thinking postseason, because the baseball season is so long. It's a marathon. Let's enjoy it. There's ups, there's downs. It goes sideways at any point. But again, now I'm thinking about what is the gap between this Chicago Cubs team, who you could arguably say is playing some of the best baseball, not only in the major leagues, but the best baseball they could be playing all season. If they get any better, then that's where I'll start believing a little more. Where's the gap between where they are now and a Cubs team that can win the World Series? What do you think personally they have to get to before I can sit on here and say this team is World Series contenders? Because we're getting there, but everyone still has that little reservation that's pulling them back, even me.
Yeah, I don't know about World Series because I'm going to take it one step at a time. I'm going to go with where do they stand in this division, right? And the Reds are also playing good baseball. They are only 2 games behind the Cubs at 18 and 15. Everybody else in this division is under 500, and I don't think anybody else in this division, and this is what I thought before the season started. When I did my preseason predictions, I thought that this was a 2-team race. I thought that this was between the Reds and the Cubs, and I actually had the Reds winning this division. I will admit, though, on paper, I didn't see this Cubs lineup being as good as it is. And I still look at it on paper, and I'm like, where? Where is this Cubs team coming from? And that's why I think gives me pause for concern as far as World Series go. But as far as division goes, I mean, they could end up running away with this thing if you have, a Reds team that has a bad couple of weeks when they start playing the teams from the West Coast. Or if you have you go out and you take care of business when you're playing Cincinnati.
And that's where the Cubs struggled last year, right? Their interdivisional record was not good. I don't have the exact record on hand, but it was below 500, and that was part of why they didn't make the postseason last year, because they didn't play well against the Pirates. They didn't play well against the Reds, and I think they even lost the season series. They did lose the season series against the Cardinals, which they ended up finishing the same record as. We've already seen how well they've played out of their division, and against the best division in baseball, the NL West. Yeah, it's just take care of business with who you're going to face the most. They win the series against the Pirates. Unfortunately, they lost the series on Tuesday night, according to everyone else, because they had to face Paul Skeens. And then they went out there and handled business against Paul Skeens. Yes. So it's good to get that. Let's get another interdivisional series win tonight against Milwaukee. I mean, that's another big step, is just beating the teams in front of you.
Yeah, and one of the things for the Cubs, too, especially from a betting purpose, I'm a sports bettor, and the over is just, I mean, just raking in the money right now with the Chicago Cubs, because even when they're not hitting, I mean, you're talking about a team that in order to beat them, you're going to have to beat them 6-5. You're going to have to beat them 7-4. You know what I mean? So these over 8.5s and these over 7.5s are just easy. And that Paul Skeens outing was no different. I mean, they went out and took care of business against Paul Skeens. You saw, you know, Kyle Tucker go deep. You saw Shota Imanaga. That would have been nice, right? Seiya Suzuki go deep, back to back with Kyle Tucker. And then, of course, you know, our guy PCA, man, he's just, what does he have now? I believe he's got 5 home runs in his last 7 games or something crazy like that. I mean, he is just absolutely lighting it up. And I love what I'm seeing from this team. Pitching wise, you know, it looks like they've recognized problems inside of the bullpen. They called up Cosgrove. You know, you go and you call up Flexen, and you're getting good outings from these guys now out of the bullpen. If you're telling me you're fixing these bullpen issues and you're still hitting this way, regardless of the absolute massive gaping hole that you have at third base, I think that if you find a way to fill that, because there's all sorts of rumors about the Cubs going to the Cardinals and getting some third base help with a Nolan Arenado, which I would be excited for, but I just don't know that at this point you need to give up any prospects to do that.
Yeah, especially interdivisional to the Cardinals. The likelihood of that happening is still very low. I get why it's easy to make the connection, because the Cardinals are having a down year and the Cubs aren't, and they have a third baseman and we don't.
You're right.
I would still just wait and see what Matt Shaw can do. I mean, right now he's crushing at AAA. Again, Ian happened to go down back to the minor leagues at some point. Kyle Schwarber had to do the same thing.
Yep.
So Matt Shaw's no different. He goes, and like we saw with PCA last year, a lot of people gave up on PCA last year with his bat, and a lot of people gave up on him to start this season. Small sample size. Let's not overreact. Get Matt Shaw back up here in about 2 or 3 weeks. Give him a solid month and a half down in AAA. He just needed to get the ball rolling. You know, baseball is a rhythm sport. It's a feel sport. PCA said himself, he feels so confident right now, and he's showing it. So get Matt Shaw's confidence up like he is, interject him back into this lineup in 2 or 3 weeks, and we could be saying in a month, be like, okay, we're ready to roll. Let's go finish off this division and beyond.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I agree. So before we get out of here, we got about 6 minutes left. I do want to touch on, I think we'd be a little bit negligent if we don't touch on the NBA playoffs here. Yeah. The NBA playoffs are in full effect right now. I'd be lying to you if I said I wasn't happy to see LeBron James go down, but I was a little surprised to see LeBron James and the Lakers go out in the first round for the second year in a row. What was your take on that series?
I'm not a LeBron guy, but I'll always keep it objective with him. You know, he's 40 years old, and there was a lot of talk of J.J. Redick's late game substitutions weren't sufficient to what this team needed. LeBron's getting older, and he can't shoulder the weight like he once did. That's why they brought in Luka Doncic to kind of cover some of that offensive workload. But the thing about Luka Doncic, he provides zero defense. So if he's not scoring enough and he's not playing any defense, that's why the Timberwolves ultimately won. Rudy Gobert had 27 points and 25 rebounds, or 27 and 24. He dominated on the glass. The Lakers had absolutely no answer to it, and that's ultimately why they lost.
Yeah, and now you're going to have 2 Game 7s out in the West between the Nuggets and the Clippers and the Rockets and the Warriors. A little surprised that the Rockets were able to extend it to 7. I really thought that the Warriors were going to finish them off last night. Moving forward in the NBA playoffs, I'm not so sure that anybody's beating OKC or Cleveland. I think Cleveland is probably a team that could take out the Celtics. I know a lot of people are on the Celtics, and rightfully so, because they are a fantastic basketball team. But I think they could be in a little bit of trouble with the Knicks. Dare I say, the lowly Knicks. You know, as much as I crap on the Toronto Maple Leafs for finding a way to Maple Leafs, usually the Knicks find a way to nick. Am I crazy for thinking that the Knicks could beat the Celtics in a 7-game series?
I don't think so, because they have good players too, and they have a good head coach. I mean, Tom Thibodeau, he knows how to win basketball. There's a reason why he coaches deep into the postseason almost every year, because he has his guys playing good basketball at the right time. For me, it's going to come down to Jalen Brunson. Can he just keep a high level of play going? Because that's what the Celtics are good at, perimeter defense, and that could neutralize Jalen Brunson, but those other guys got to pick it up around him as well.
Yeah, look, I know the Boston Celtics have a lot of firepower. They're a very good team. We'll see how that series plays out. The Pacers and Cavaliers are interesting, right? Because the Pacers did win this season series 3-1. So the Pacers are a team that know how to beat the Cleveland Cavaliers. I mean, as much as I love this Cleveland team, this isn't a foregone conclusion, right?
I don't know. I think that's where I differ from you a little bit. The postseason is just a different beast. We saw so many years with the Bulls how they take the season series against the Heat, and then the playoffs would roll around and they would just blow us out of the water.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we're kind of looking at here is postseason. The cream rises to the top, and then if Tyrese Halliburton can't backpack this team over Cleveland, then I don't see how. I would say Cleveland in 5. I think they're that good.
Yeah, man, that would be. I would not expect that. I think this series is going 6 or 7. I think Halliburton is a dude, and he's going to have to be the MVP of this series if the Pacers are going to have a chance. So he's going to have to step up just a little bit, same way he did against the Bucks in the last series. Even though his dad was the one that actually stepped up at the end and got himself banned from going to any more Pacers games for the rest of the playoffs. But we'll see how it all shakes out. I'm excited to see. One thing I do want to talk about with the NBA too is something that I thought of, and it really came to. It's something that I've been thinking about for a few years, just because it's one of the reasons why I've kind of shied away from being as big into watching the NBA as I was way back when in the 90s when Mike was in and Kobe and all these guys and basketball was basketball back then, but it's flopping. And what really set me off was watching LeBron James lay on the floor like a bomb had just gone off after contact with DiVincenzo because the big beast DiVincenzo made contact with him. And then you see him holding his face and kind of peeks out of the corner of his eye to see if the ref's looking, right? I think that flopping in the NBA should be a reviewable play. And if it is determined that you flopped on the replay, the 2 free throws get rewarded to the other team. What do you think about that?
Yeah, they've already kind of made that move in college. Is you get a technical if you flop. So why not bring it to the NBA? I mean, these are grown men here, and like I said, I'm not a LeBron guy either, and that's a lot of the reason to it. What happened to shame, and I think that's why I side to a guy like Anthony Edwards, who the clips of him kind of pushing Bron around and bringing it to him, and that's what Joakim Noah was recently on the Pardon My Take podcast and mentioned how good that the NBA has been making a bounce back because of that physicality from guys like Anthony Edwards, younger guys in the league.
Yeah. So that's going to be it for us today here on The Truth About Chicago Sports. I am Brandon Combs. He is Blake Cowell. For our guy, Marcus Mack, who is going out to the rate right now. We will see you guys next week on The Truth About Chicago Sports.
Supporting community radio
see you guys.
is a big deal too. And for WRMN, this is a really cool thing that you guys do every day, and a really important thing. You have to have a local media outlet to talk about what's going on in your town. So you guys do a nice job.
Tune in to AM 1410 WRMN. Don't forget, you can also subscribe to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/WRMN Radio. Keep in tune and informed on what's happening here in the Fox River Valley, right here on WRMN.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 12 o'clock.
That's a 600% increase compared to 2023. The U.S. Commission on International Freedom is also concerned about the so-called Muslim morality police there. They're said to abuse Christians on the streets. A new report by the commission says the bans violently arrest and assault women. This is SRN News. Another rally on Wall Street Friday.
Wall Street extended its gains to a 9th straight day. That marked its longest winning streak since 2004. The index has also reclaimed the ground it's lost since President Donald Trump escalated his trade war in early April. The rally on Friday was spurred by a better-than-expected job report and resurgent hope on ratcheting down the trade showdown with China. The S&P 500 index climbed 1.5%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average added 564 points. That's 1.4%. The Nasdaq Composite rose 1.5%. Apple fell 3.7%. The iPhone maker said tariffs could cost the company $900 million. Treasury yields rose in the bond market. Seth Sutel, New York.
ExxonMobil's profit declined in the first quarter. It was hit especially hard by weaker crude oil prices and higher operating costs. The earnings performance still managed to beat Wall Street expectations. You'll find more on these stories at srnnews.com. Breaking news this hour at townhall.com. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. Hayola Panjawi reports on a key education program that's going to survive proposed budget cuts.
President Donald Trump's administration has apparently backed away from a proposal to eliminate funding for Head Start. That's the preschool program that educates more than 500,000 children from low-income and homeless families. On a call with reporters, an administration official said there would be no changes to it. Head Start supporters had been worried after a leaked Trump administration proposal suggested defunding it. Project 2025, the conservative blueprint drawn up by the Heritage Foundation, also called for cutting Head Start. Haya Panjwani, Washington.
Congressman Andy Biggs says even Republican lawmakers have a hard time agreeing all the time on at least some aspect of President Trump's reforms.
Why is it hard? Is because a lot of times your own ox is going to be gored. Maybe there's going to be something in your district that is not, they love President Trump, but this one particular issue is not going to go well.
Congressman Biggs spoke this week with the Salem Radio Network. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's campaign against Iran's nuclear program has been somewhat muted, with U.S. President Donald Trump back in the White House. We get more details from correspondent Bernie Bennett.
When the U.S. and Iran met for nuclear talks a decade ago, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu railed against an emerging deal from the world's most public stage, including in a fiery speech.
The new home of the Chicago White Sox in the Fox River Valley. You're listening to WRMN 1410 AM, Elgin, Illinois.
Sox fans, be here on Friday, June 27th, to see artist Flo Rida perform a post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola after the White Sox take on the Giants at 6:40. Don't miss your chance for an up-close on-field experience. Exclusive on-field passes are on sale now with limited availability. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/concert. All right, Tim Elko, no surprise because he has absolutely been mashing. He had 9 home runs, an OPS over 1,100 last month. And, oh, by the way, he started May out pretty well with a home run last night. Tim Elko, what has been working so well for him?
Yeah, just kind of been working with Jim here and Rosie, and we've had Fuller and Zinter in here as well, but just, trying to work on pitch selection and just making sure I'm getting good pitches to swing at and swing at the right ones and doing damage when I get them in my zone.
A week from folks just like you that were misled into buying a timeshare. Give us a call. I guarantee you, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-989-1771. 800-989-1771. 800-989-1771.
ExxonMobil's profit declined in the first quarter, stung partly by weaker crude oil prices and higher overall operating expenses. Its earnings performance still managed to beat Wall Street expectations. Another rally on Wall Street on Friday. Here's Seth Sutel.
Wall Street extended its gains to a ninth straight day. That marked its longest winning streak since 2004. The index has also reclaimed the ground it's lost since President Donald Trump escalated his trade war in early April. The rally on Friday was spurred by a better-than-expected job report and resurgent hope on ratcheting down the trade showdown with China. The S&P 500 index climbed 1.5%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average added 564 points. That's 1.4%. The Nasdaq Composite rose 1.5%. Apple fell 3.7%. The iPhone maker said tariffs could cost the company $900 million. Treasury yields rose in the bond market. Seth Sutel, New York.
Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. Jennifer King reports the price for a popular gaming console is going up.
Uncertainty amid President Trump's tariff hikes will be hitting video gamers and streamers right in the old Xbox. Microsoft says it's hiking the recommended retail price of their gaming systems by $80 to $100. The company didn't mention tariffs specifically, but cited wider market conditions and the rising cost of development. An Xbox Series S will go for $380 and the more powerful Series X for $600. Europe, the UK, and Australia will also see price adjustments. Last month, Sony raised its recommended PlayStation 5 pricing in some markets, and Nintendo's new Switch 2 costs $150 more than the old Switch console. I'm Jennifer King.
Greg Popovich has stepped down as coach of the San Antonio Spurs, ending a 3-decade run that saw him lead the team to 5 NBA championships. More of these stories at townhall.com.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvid on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube Live channel.
Chicago defense attorney Mark Shieblo has co-authored the book titled DUI Jury Trial, which is a true story of a DUI case that he defended. The accused was an Illinois truck driver arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. This book contains facts about the case from the date of the arrest up to the jury's verdict, and this nonfiction novel also includes the transcripts from the jury trial itself. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Fixed bayonets, comrades. This is the Chief Guard of the Republic Veteran Radio Shoutout Show with your co-host, Mike Tooman and Paul Burvid, coming to you every Saturday, noon to 1 on WRMN 1410 AM, Fox River Valley Media Network out of Elgin, streaming on WRMN1410.com. You can follow us on YouTube Live. The studio number here is 847-931-1410. Our text number is 505-926-1410, or you can follow along on the YouTube Live chat and make comments there. We'll try to answer them. We're only going to go like a half an hour live today, and then a half an hour live broadcast over 1410 a.m., but we'll be going the full hour on the streaming on the YouTube and the Facebook Live. So, Paul, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing okay. It's been a little hectic on things, but I'm trying to get stuff done. So one of my buddies that I deployed to Afghanistan with, he was on the show way at its inception. I think he was on my second or third show. Joe Chatz. He was a Ranger on active duty, and then he was with the Illinois National Guard. And he wanted us to speak today about the Veterans Administration and Veterans Administration hospitals and stuff like that. So if you are a veteran out there and you're listening in and you want to call in and say something about the VA, good or bad experience that you've had, give us a call in and we can address the issue. But, you got to be polite. So, Paul, I asked you, I sent you a text. There was something going last year, and it was a real big push to have this to have this get through the state Senate. It was Senate Bill
3479.
3479. Yeah. So, in your opinion, as a former charitable trust and fraud investigator with the Attorney General's office, how does that bill look to you?
Well, there wasn't much that I found on it, but what it says is if you're offering, and I don't understand this, what they were saying, but if you're offering services for veterans groups, or their families, at the outset of the services, you have to provide them with both written and oral notification that you are doing this. But to me, it seemed like it related to that individual who was receiving compensation. But the concern I have is that might, just out of anything, that might just require you to do that anyway, whether you're getting paid or not. Because, there's always a possibility today that you could be getting money for something, whether, they count services, how many people did you see? If you're a group that provides services for 242, you're entitled to get, financial remuneration for this. So out of an abundance of caution, I think that would be required to be given out whenever you provided veteran services. And that's troubling to me, because now I don't know if your post has to do that all the time, or, if you're collecting money, for like a fundraiser, whether you have to do that all the time. So I don't understand the import of it. I mean, were there groups that were charging veterans differently?
All right,
well, then that's what that's about.
So, the guy, It's My Money and I Want It Now on television.
Yeah.
The lawyer, and people have these annuities, and they have structured settlements where insurance companies are going to pay them out, monthly, almost like a trust, or people even have trust funds like that. And they go with this guy, and he gives them a chunk of money up front, but it's greatly reduced to them if they had waited and collected it every month. It's a greatly reduced amount, but now they got this big chunk of change, right, all at once. But then the next month comes around and that little check doesn't come in. So it's all fine until they blow through the principal. Then they're out of luck because they just signed over their stuff to this guy, or signed over part of it. Well, what happens in the VA when you're applying for disability, and the VA pays cash every month according to your percentage of disability and the amount of dependents you have, right? So the VA forms can be very confusing, all right? And online, where it tells you how to fill them out, that can be confusing too. And getting all the paperwork together for any injuries you might have had, you could have had a bad back injury when you're jumping out of an airplane and parachute. You could have, you could have got hit by a truck or something else on service, right? So you apply for this disability because it's affecting your ability to have a job in civilian life. And you get onto this thing and you fill out all the paperwork and you send it in, and it's flat out rejected because you, as a non-insider and as a non-professional form filler outer, right? You're not a paralegal, right? You're not a person that does reports and forms and knows how to word them logically, succinctly, and have the evidence lined up. You just send them this mishmash of paperwork, and it goes into the VA, and then the VA denies the claim. So then you have to do an appeal to the claim, which is a little more difficult with more forms. Right? This can be very, intimidating to your average person. All right, so very intimidating to the average person. So they have these companies that go out there and say, hey, we'll help you fill out the form. And it's not an upfront cut. They don't, you know, someone will do it for like an upfront cut. Give them a couple $1,000s. They'll help you fill out the form. They'll submit it, and that's it. Sort of like filing your taxes, right? If you got very complicated taxes, you go to a CPA, you go to a tax filing service, and you file your taxes, and they charge you an upfront cost, all right? Well, these, what they call claim sharks, all right, they were doing it for a percentage. So let's say you got a guy that was wounded in Iraq. He came back. He never filed for anything. Now he's having more pain and more issues from all the stuff he suffered. And he goes to fill out for the VA disability. And let's say he's 30 years old. And these claim sharks, right, come out and say, oh, 100% guaranteed. We'll get you 100% disability. We'll get you this and everything. And when you fill out the form, they want 25% of what you get forever. So if you're getting $3,000, they want $750 every month for the rest of your life because they helped you fill out these forms. And now that, you know, some of these guys, all right, so it's like $3,600 for 100% disability. And that's like, if, you know, you got a family and everything and you can't work because we're disabled for whatever reason. Now you take $750 out of that and you're almost on poverty level. So they were doing this all over the country. They were making millions. They were all over the internet. If you had something like you're a veteran, because I was getting hit with this stuff all the time on Facebook. So, you know, I was filling out for disability, and it intimidated me a bit, but I was advised to use a veteran service officer. However, there were few veteran service officers out there. I couldn't really get directed, and maybe because I didn't look hard enough. But I filled out the forms, all right, and I'm a good form filler outer. I was in military intelligence. I was in the police department as a detective. We fill out forms, right? We make reports, very succinct, like an intelligence report about what happened to me, where it happened to me, how it happened to me, everything else. Sent it in, and I actually got my disability, and a lot of people are surprised at that. Now, there are people out there now, more so than there were before, called veteran service officers, VSOs, all right? And they are certified by the Department of Veteran Affairs. So the Department of Veteran Affairs trains these people and then certifies them in how to fill out these forms, how to do a appeal, how to do these forms, how to follow up, how to help the veteran, how to guide them properly. So these guys, and they get paid to do this, you know, like some of them $60,000, $80,000 a year, right? So they're getting paid to do this, but they do it for free. This is at no charge for the veteran. Some of them are paid for by the VA. Some of them are paid for by the state, the Department of Veteran Affairs for the state of Illinois. Some of them are paid for by your county. So Cook County has a couple working for them. And then some of them are paid for by the American Legion. Some of them are paid for VFW. And any one of these, if you're a veteran, you could use. You don't have to be a member of the American Legion to use American Legion Veteran Service Officer. They're usually at the VA hospitals, right? Or for a VFW or the VVA, the Vietnam Veterans Association. So all these veteran organizations, they pay these guys. And now, let's say it goes through and they deny it and then goes through an appeal and it gets denied. These organizations like the VFW and the American Legion have known lawyers that they work with, that they've worked with a long time, that take this on a further appeal. And again, it's at no cost to the veteran here, right? These claim sharks, as it said, they're charging the veteran for this stuff, all right? Stuff that he could get for free, all right? So they're just... It's like filing your taxes. You know, some guy goes in, he's got a 1040 EZ, and it pays $50 for someone to write down a couple numbers and mail it in, right?
See, I have a totally different view of this. Okay. And I have this from quite a bit of experience. The one I'm going to tell you about is an analogy relating to Social Security, but it comes out of that. There's an individual with this person that I helped that had a veterans claim. Okay, a friend of mine got a really bad disease, and he had a lot of issues, and he went on disability. And the requirements of our disability were, and the individual was an attorney, the requirements of our disability were you had to file with Social Security. And he would go to Social Security and he would do exactly what you're saying. He would file the thing and they would mislead him. They would say, oh, how you feeling today? And he would say, oh, I'm feeling better every day. I'm trying, and, I went through my treatments or whatever and stuff like that. So it comes to do the claim and they denied it. Okay. And he goes, I can't work and I have to file this thing and can you help me? So the first thing we did was, this was the time, we went to Congressman Lipinski, who's no longer there, and the districts changed. They referred us to a wonderful man from his office, and we went out to Orland and we met him. And the man was very wonderful. And he said, I used to be able to do these, through the office, but then they barred us. So he goes, I'm going to refer you. And this is not a paid plug, but he sent me to this man called Mr. Miller out in the Hickory Hills area. And Mr. Miller's not an attorney, but I went with my friend and and I've since referred a lot of people to Mr. Miller. And Mr. Miller worked up the thing, and he said, I think we could win this. And of course, I had a hand in helping my friend and everything. So we went to a hearing, okay? And it was a trial, basically, and Mr. Miller represented him. And he had no friends at that hearing. Okay, Social Security, they had a man that all he did was say that he could fold towels. And if you could fold towels, you're SOL, you don't get anything. And what the judge was crafty enough to do, she gave him a recovery up to the date of that trial, which was a good thing. So he was able to get some back money, but then the state eventually took it back, part of it back from him. But you see, this Mr. Miller, he works on a set fee. So what I'm saying is the legislation should cap it. They should require a cap. So what happened was the state even recognized that they couldn't win this thing, and then they deducted the fee from what he had to pay back because they couldn't do it, okay? So then, and then this Miller guy's a genius. He said we could file a new, instead of filing an appeal like you're saying, he says we file a brand new one going forward. And then we did that, and then it was eventually successful, and again, he got a fee out of it. But when you go to these hearings, it's totally unfair because he had taken a vacation with one of his children, and he went to a fishing up in Canada. And the first thing that they brought out was that how were you able to drive to Canada if you're disabled? So these places have access to everything. They've got access to border records. They have access to, they send people out to look at you. And it's almost impossible to do that yourself without either representation or so. So what should be required is that these people that are doing this, instead of being sharks, they should be required to be like an enrolled agent or something like that, and the fee should be capped. And that would be the best resolution. And then thankfully, in the meeting, again, there was the guy about the folding towels. And I just said something real simple to the judge. I go, he went to buy gas last month, and he left a 5-gallon tank and drove away. Okay, what's he going to do? He's going to drive a school bus and leave your kid on it and freeze it? Or what's he going to do? He's going to get a DHL package. He's going to deliver it, bearer bonds, and he's going to lose them, and you're out $10 million. I mean, and the judge agreed with us, despite the fact that he had gone to Canada, So I'm totally for regulation of the Sharks, limiting their fee. But I'm telling you that these things are stacked against you, and there's nuances. Like, say you appeal it, they can then retroactively go back and then say, if you got a partial award or a small award, they can go back and take that away from you going forward too. So I'm all for going to people that have experience in it and or are certified in it, and they don't have to be attorneys like what you're saying. They could just be officers. And I think there should be a push rather than them pushing this stuff about notices, because that means nothing. No one's there. Well, I have a writing. They could sign your name to it. There should be a push that there is an actual office in the state of Illinois that does that, particularly because we have a National Guard, and a National Guard is the component of the state. So there should be a requirement that the state itself represents you. Now, because they represent victims. They represent things like that. Yes. So there should be an office. And the guy that's in there now, instead of going around the country talking about crazy stuff, he should be pushing an office under his executive that does this.
There is.
So that people don't get ripped off by sharks. Because I'm going to tell you, when you go to those meetings, they give you some crap about the state's attorney has the power of the state behind them. It's the judge that's got the power of the state. And you are at a disadvantage at these hearings. And without help, you're going to lose, because you know what it is? It's a kangaroo court. And when I can tell you further that when you try to file an appeal, this relates to other issues.
Yeah.
I can show you that no one has ever won. They are against you. And I even had officers that were on the panel crying, and he still lost.
Yeah. Okay. So we're talking about two little things here, like Social Security. All right. That's for everyone in the nation, right? I have seen people fully functional, can lift like cars up and everything on full blown disability because they're crazy, right? They're like from the age of 18 on. And then I've seen other people that have actually had serious injuries that, just like you say, they can't get it. And I'm not going to discuss why that is here, all right? Why that is here. But anyone that's been there knows exactly why. However, with the VA, there's an office, right? The Illinois Veterans Department of Veteran Affairs, right? And they have veteran service officers, like I said, trained people to help you with these forms, all right? They're there. They're for free, all right? What they're saying is these guys weren't letting these guys know about it, all right? Not everyone is a member of the Legion or the VFW or the Vietnam Veterans. Not everyone's a member of these veteran organizations, but a lot of veterans out there aren't even a member. They've never registered with the VA before. They've never done this stuff, right? Case in point, I go to these meetings and there's 150 people there. I go, who here is not registered with the VA? And there's like 20 hands go up. And I'm like, why not? You don't have to apply for benefits. Right?
That there should be a state office that does this automatically.
All right. Well, there's a county off. Now the county thing we've been pushing through with Cook County, the Veterans Assistance Commission of Cook County, the VACCC, they're hiring VSOs to help people get these benefits. Now, it doesn't go like legal until you've had like your appeal denied. But these appeals, these VSO officers are very good at people that have filled out by themselves and didn't have a VSO officer and got denied, these VSO officers are very good, and they do get those overturned. I mean, they'll go to a doctor will deny hearing loss on a helicopter crew chief. Well, he's inside the helicopter. How could he hear the noise? How could he lose his hearing that way? And everyone in the Army goes, obviously, this lady's never been on a military helicopter. You know, so then the VSO, veteran service officer, comes in and he knows how to articulate this stuff, right? He knows how to write it out and send it up, and then it goes above her head because she's just some person, you know, hired off the street, not a veteran, never had any military experience, just kind of reviewing this stuff. You know, rubber stamping stuff. She's got a list of things, yes, no, whatever. So in this case, what I say to people, the veterans, is file for your disability, because the worst they can do is say no. But the best they could do is say yes to something. All right. And we're coming up on a break. So when we get back, we'll discuss more of this, but I don't think we'll be live on broadcast anymore. So if you're following this very heated, very passionate description of this stuff, please come back after the break. Thank you.
A recent Gallup poll indicated that 38% of Americans are putting off health care because of financial concerns, the highest ever recorded. I'm Dr. Bob Martin, here to serve you every Sunday afternoon from 1 to 4. Millions of Americans are seeking health advice that will not cost an arm and a leg, so I offer health tips and advice absolutely free. Listen to my show, Sunday afternoons from 1 to 4 right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM, the voice of the Valley.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move, so I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day, I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Counterfeit products are popping up everywhere. Fake sneakers, fake cosmetics, and even fake pills. Crooks are selling counterfeit versions of just about everything. Last year, billions of dollars worth of counterfeit products were sold in the U.S. Sure, it may seem like saving a few bucks on the things you want isn't a big deal, but counterfeits are usually made in unsafe conditions, potentially using hazardous and even lethal ingredients that could harm you and others. And the money you've paid, it goes right into the hands of criminals and may support child labor, drugs, and even gangs. Smells like big crime to me. So if you still think buying fake products is harmless, think again. And remember, if you don't know where the products came from, how could you know where the money goes? You're smart, buy smart. Go for real. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org. This message is brought to you by the United States Patent and Trademark Office and the National Crime Prevention Council.
Most people out here think that taking care of one another is important. And most people would step up for a neighbor going through a tough time. Most people around here help out friends and family when they need it. But the funny thing is, most of us won't look for help when we need it. If you're struggling with mental health, you should know that there are resources out there that can help. And it's okay to talk about it if you need to. One place to get started with information is loveyourmindtoday.org. Loveyourmindtoday.org offers a range of guides, instructions, and insights for dealing with difficult situations or getting through a tough time. If you're struggling with mental health, get the help you need. Because most people out here really care. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Looking for an affordable dentist close to home? Bender Dental Care in Elgin offers new patient specials from $29, including x-rays, a regular cleaning, and exam. Senior discounts, a no insurance discount plan, and care credit financing. Bender Dental Care is a full-service family dentist with an outstanding 5-star Google rating. To find out more, call us at 847-888-4333. Bender Dental Care, affordable dentistry, close to home.
The Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin is a place to connect with family, friends, and your community. Moose Lodge 799 is conveniently located at 925 South McLean Boulevard, and they offer fun family activities, exciting community service projects, and live entertainment on the weekends. Moose Lodge 799 opens at 2 p.m. Tuesday through Friday and 11 a.m. on weekends. For more information about becoming a member, call 847-741-0799. Moose Lodge 799, where you're more than a member, you're family.
Okay, we're back for the Chief Guard of the Republic radio shout-out show. Today, for the second half hour, we're on the Facebook or YouTube streaming. And back on YouTube Live, I'll be able to cut this show and put it up on our webpage and on our YouTube channel, Chief Guard of the Republic YouTube channel. And Paul, I'm looking into getting your show because I couldn't find it to pull it down, but I'm sure Matt will help me out.
They ran it separately. I was able to download it off of their site.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been making them separately. You got your own playlist.
Job, but I couldn't find it.
It's on a playlist.
It's on the playlist because to him. Okay.
Yeah, it was real good.
All right.
You know, the flip side though is, the guy I helped had a friend that had the water case with the Camp Lejeune.
Yeah.
And he went through the same thing. So there was some help given to him, okay, and it wasn't really getting anywhere. So then he had to hire an attorney. And he finally got his resolution. But, you know, when you're hiring an attorney and you're doing it that way, it's limited. It's not 25% for the rest of your life. And so, and the future payments are different.
Yeah.
So
that's that's slightly different than the VA disability. That's a separate payout. And one of the things they were doing is the VA was going back and saying, well, you got this pay, you know, you put in for a disability because you got colon cancer as a result of the tainted water at Camp Lejeune, right? So the VA gives you disability based on that colon cancer, all right? And you trace it back to the thing on Camp Lejeune, and they give you disability payments. But at the same time, you also paid for the, what do you call it? You know, paid for the restitution because of the government and the contractors, and I would say negligence, right? That's a separate fund, all right? And the VA went to try to collect some of the money back from they were paying for disability from what they collected from that fund, and they came back and they said, no, you can't do that. It's two separate things. So it's not supposed to affect the VA thing. So that water thing is separate from VA disability. It could have caused you the VA disability, but the actual payback for that is separate. And so the main thing about this shark thing, all right, and I was looking at the overview of it, and they have to tell you, and they have to give you a written form, you know, like the agreement, but they have to read that form out to you, all right? Just like reading the Miranda rights. You got to read them out to them, all right, like verbatim, just so you can't say I gave it to them, they read it, they scribbled, there's their signature, right? So you got to read it out to them. You got to let them know. Listen, you go to post 974 over there in Franklin Park, and they've got a guy there that's a VSO, a veteran service officer, and he works at Hines Hospital, all right? and you could hook up with him and he could help you with the paperwork. And I know the guy, all right? I know the guy. This guy is ultra us them, right? So when you become his client, all right, his client, he's getting paid to hire it. You're not paying him a dime, but you're going to be his client. He treats you like you're his little brother. He goes after him like madly. Those are the guys you want to find because he's passionate without the money, all right? And what they wanted to do is say, hey, you have to tell these guys before they pay you a dime that the exact same thing you're doing, is available for free. They might have to wait a day or two. It might take a little longer to get an appointment, but it's absolutely free. They don't do anything that the veteran service officer doesn't do. And they're available for free. But the thing is, like I said, not all the guys out there know about this, right? You don't if you come into my Legion meeting, right, and you're a veteran and you're saying, hey, I need to file disability, but I don't want to join the Legion. I says, dude, okay, I'm going to take you over to 974 over here. We're going to talk to Ken. And Ken is going to take care of you, all right? Because we have a veteran service officer, or get a list of veteran service officer, or direct them, right? These guys, you go to the Claim Shark, they weren't telling them any of that. They're like, we're the only ones to either you fill it out yourself or we do it. And when we do it, we know how to do it. But they're just, a lot of them are former veteran service officers that took the job because they paid them a little more, right? So, and you don't have to be, here's the thing, you don't have to be a veteran to be a veteran service officer. They will train you, all right? They like you have some association, but, you know, they will train you. It's available for free. Yes, there should be a cap on the services, but I don't think they've made it illegal for them to do it. They've just put in these things that, you know, if I'm selling coffee, this is like, and this is a thing at the VA. You go to Heinz VA, and they actually have a Starbucks there. So you go to get your $250 million cup of coffee, right? Because I go to the VA because I can afford a very expensive cup of coffee. Or what if Starbucks said, hey, 50 yards down, there's a veterans group that's giving away free coffee. You know, you think you made it that they had to post that Starbucks would stay in business over there? No. So these guys, like, now that they're forced to do this and tell them the list of where they could go and get them, and they're not making any money for it, why should they go out of their way in Illinois? So it's kind of like that one restriction on them, you know? It's like what I told this story before, but a lady in the suburbs when I was still working, you know, she's like, oh, there's this, what about these clowns, these guys, not a clown, an actual clown, a guy dressed up in a clown suit that's walking around the streets and scares people because you had the insane clown posse, and then you had these bunch of horror films come out with clowns. You know, clowns are evil. And people actually have a fear of clowns. I forget what the thing is. But she goes, shouldn't that be illegal? Shouldn't it be illegal? I says, no. I think it should be mandatory. I think that if you have a severe mental disorder like that, you shouldn't be able to leave the house without your clown suit. That way everyone could see, hey, the guy's walking around in a clown suit. He's a nutbag. Okay, my apologies to everyone that actually works as a clown, right? That's an actual profession. You make kids laugh and everything. But for the ones that are just whatever, you know, cross the street. You know, it's telling you that. And when it comes to these claim sharks, right? They've got to come out and tell you that, hey, this stuff is free. They got to put on their clown suit now. All right? They got to put on their clown suit and tell you this stuff is free. And, okay, short of fraud, all right, I could write up the biggest bunch of fiction you ever saw. I got some here, right? I could write up a bunch of fiction and put it on there and just know the key words to use, right? and get someone 100% disability until they check it out. And now exactly what you said before about they could go back. They not really go back, but they call you back in. You go for another VA and they're going to do the whole physical fitness on you. You come into the VA every 6 months for an appointment and they say, oh, you're much better now. All right. We're going to reduce your disability. And they can't do that. They can't do it. However, there is a rule of thumb that if you've been collecting it for 5 years, it like becomes permanent. All right. That's nothing written hard on that, but that's general practice. And the other thing is, if you're considered permanent service connected, they can't change that ever. All right. It says permanent service connected. They can't change that ever. So you don't have to worry about those things. It's not like these guys that, and the police department, you know, and the fire department too, they go IOD, injured on duty, right? And then they're like, oh, I can't work. And they send out a couple detectives out there from IAD, right? And they filmed this guy put a new roof on his house. Well, obviously you're not as disabled as we thought, right? Yeah, there's fraud involved there. The main thing was this was a massive problem, and they were specifically targeting veterans. And again, not everyone is as read up on this stuff as I am, or others are, or have critical thinking ability, right? They just say, hey, why would these guys be in business if it wasn't legal? Why would they be advertising all over Facebook, all over Twitter, right? Why would they be sending things to my email? Why would I get these things in the mail, you know? Because Gmail read my mail once and I says, I'm thinking of applying for disability with the VA. And then all of a sudden, bam, I'm getting hit with this stuff because Gmail snitched on me. And they target the veterans like that. That's targeting. That's what artificial intelligence is being used for. That sort of targeting, to market this stuff for someone to make a buck off of them. And would you rather make $1 doing the bare minimum? Would you rather make $1,000 for 1 hour's worth of work? All right. Or would you rather make $100 for 10 hours worth of hard labor? You know, that's what they take it. What was the thing? These companies, these legal companies that push for bankruptcy, right? Oh, file for bankruptcy for this, file for bankruptcy for that. And they want like $2,000 up front, thousands of dollars to file for it. It takes about 2 hours to do the paperwork. And anyone like myself that can fill out forms, right? Hey, look, now it may have changed now, but hey, pull up a credit check, pull up your credit reports, and just cut and paste it over to the form and say, boop, I can't pay this anymore. Then send it in, go to the courtroom, send in a bunch of, have the mail envelopes ready, go, boop, send that off, you're done. All right? Costs you the price of postage and filing. That's it. And all of a sudden, legal form. And do you think the lawyers are actually sitting down doing that? Or do you think they got an office full of, quote, paralegals filling out the form, doing exactly what I said? And they make thousands off of it. But they're lawyers. And where do you get judges from, Paul?
Lawyers.
So, and who buys more tickets, Paul? Who buys more tickets to the judge's daughter's wedding reception? Who comes with thousands of dollars of gifts? Public defenders, state's attorneys, or criminal defense attorneys?
I'd say criminal defense attorneys.
There you. All right, so I'm getting a little bit off track there, but yeah. So
and the other big guy that buys them are the Trial Lawyers Association, buys all the tickets to the judges' fundraisers.
Yep. Yeah, because hey, they want to keep their money coming in. When I'm in court, I watch these public defenders fight their ass off for something they're entitled to. Like, they're fighting for this guy's rights. They're on the right track, you know? They're doing their job really hard, right? And the judges just treat them like crap, you know? And then the state's attorney is doing the same thing, but there's a private attorney there, and the judge is practically hitting the state's attorney with the gavel and like, oh, excuse me, clerk, the defense attorney, the private defense attorney's coffee seems a bit tepid. Could you warm that up for them, you know? And giving them just total leeway, everything, you know, whereas you got to fight for it. So one of the things you're saying there with the Social Security stuff, right, is if you're friends with the people at Social Security, you're going to get, there are two cases. You could be friends with them, and you could be bringing people in for appeals, and then they look at you nicely, or they could be terrified of you, right? And they're going to have to really not arbitrarily do anything because they don't want to look like fools when it gets completely overturned. If you're just a middle of the road guy on that stuff, you're right. You're doomed. You know, that's the one. It's like that all over the world. I saw it with the. I don't want to mention their name. I don't like them enough. But with the, it's not a union. It's a collective, with the collective bargaining element amongst the Chicago Police Department. All right. Their friends can do no wrong, right? If they got suspended, all of a sudden it'd be overturned or whatever, it'd be great. The people that they hated, right, that they were terrified of, that they were absolutely terrified, okay, they got some help too. If you're a middle-of-the-road guy, it was a flip of the coin whether they're going to sell you down the river or not, because they'll trade you for one of their friends. The VA, in my experience so far, all right, I've had very good experience at the VA. I think that's one of the things I'm very lucky in life in. I have nothing bad to say about Hines, all right? Some things have happened, and I look at it like there was a reason that happened. There was a reason it happened. I offer that up to God. I says, God's direct me in a different direction. I'm not taking it out on Hines. The process, one of my guys just went through it. It was even quicker for him, all right? And he went through it, and it was fine, all right? I suggest that every veteran registers with the VA. One of the reasons for this, you don't have to apply for disability, but you should. You never know when you're going to get, you know, when the injuries that you had in the service, the things you were, what do you call it?
Exposed to?
Yeah, exposed to, like depleted uranium. You know, one of the things that they pretty much drew down a lot of the Gulf War syndrome to these guys marching exposed through the sand past all the road of death with all these vehicles. And all these vehicles were destroyed by helicopters and A-10s firing depleted 30 millimeter depleted uranium rounds. That when they hit these vehicles, and hundreds of them hit each vehicle, it's not just one, it's like 100 hit this thing looking for a soft spot. And they were fracturing off parts of uranium, dust particles of uranium all over the area. So guys are walking through and they're picking up these particles, right? So you don't feel this for like 15 years later, you know? So file for it. There's always an appeal. It's never absolutely final. And if it goes final, then you get a lawyer, but you don't get one of these lawyers that's advertising on TV. You get a lawyer that one of these veteran service groups trusts and uses. All right?
Absolutely.
All right. You don't take a FOP lawyer. Yeep. But you get, you know, let's see, yeah, man, this is pretty in depth. I wanted to do a little more, but if the VA, the federal VA, all right, for people that are suffering from emotional stress, right? It's sometimes it's a very long wait to get in with the Hines VA. There are other services out there, the Long Road Home, all right? That's from Rush Hospital. That's a private organization. But they also have counselors over at the Illinois Department of Veteran Affairs, all right? And they have offices scattered all throughout the state. And you could set up appointments with counselors there. And the thing is, if you're a veteran, use these things. Go out there and get them. You can find a lot of these links on my Post webpage. So I'm part of the American Legion Post 104 in Schiller Park, Illinois. And our webpage is post104.org. So POST104.org. And there it is. And would you pull up the links, please? Links. Yeah, so you click on these flags, and it takes you to any of these organizations here. All right, it takes you to their webpage. So it's a good starter point to find, like, Cook County. All right, we even list, the VFW in there. So you need help with these things. It's out there. You got to look for it. The other thing is you'll hear a lot of horror stories about the VA, about going through the VA. It can be complicated, it can be intimidating. You can run into the wrong person, all right? But don't believe the stories. As everything else, experience for yourself. Look at it, examine it, do some critical thinking. Don't just listen to some guy screaming like me. You may have a totally different view than me, totally different experiences. Research it for yourself. I have had very good outcome with Hines. My friend has lesser outcome with Lovell. Lovell is interesting because it's combined. Lovell is in by Great Lakes, so they combined the actual Great Lakes Military Hospital. Great Lakes is the largest naval training base in the nation. It's the only one where they go through boot camp. And they combined it with the Northside VA. So it's all one now. So they share doctors and nurses and facilities, which is good, and they do a lot. I think Lovell is one of the VAs where if they're going to institute a new system, they start it there and see how it works out. So any follow-up, Paul?
No, I mean, I think it's great that they have these services. Again, I think it's an obligation of the state to make sure that particularly their veterans are taken care of, and I think they need to provide a program like this. And I think that it's good that the county's doing it. I think the city should do it, but I also think that it's a responsibility of the state. I mean, when we were at the Attorney General's office, we had a Veterans Affairs office.
We met that guy.
Pardon?
He comes to the VACC meetings.
Right, and there's been I'm going back to Al Lynch was the first guy over there. So, and he's a Congressional Medal of Honor winner, but they should provide a program like that because these people are our residents. They I hear stories because I look at some veterans YouTube channels, and they always joke around, like if you're in a tank and you take fire or something like that, those people are all deaf, and the Veterans Administration won't acknowledge that it's from being in the tank taking the fire and stuff like that. And I think that's real sad because these people are the ones who are protecting us and defending us, and without them we wouldn't be here, and I think we owe them an obligation.
Yeah, the many things that I've seen in the military, you take it right over. Like the brigade wasn't passing through our awards because they didn't have a letter of lateness with them. All right. And the awards were put in like the day after the event. So how could it be late? You got 2 years to put it in. Right. So you don't really need a letter of lateness. But the checklist for the person at brigade said letter of lateness. So if she didn't see a letter of lateness in there, she kicked it back. So no critical thinking on her part. Zero. Right. Just following the checklist. And you go to the VA, you're going to have people there. All right. No critical thinking. They've been given a checklist, and okay, they're inside a tank. Well, they got hearing protection on or whatever. Okay, so they couldn't have lost it because they think the hearing protection actually works. I'm like, oh. Yeah. If you're wearing the hearing protection, how can you hear your tank commander telling you to fire? How can you hear someone say, I got my foot stuck in this or whatever? So yeah, that's a problem. And that's where VSO comes in.
Sound waves go through bone. It wouldn't matter.
It's yeah, no, there are those.
I guess none of these people ever saw Flash Gordon or Buck Rogers or anything like that. Okay.
No, they haven't. They have people are getting a lot younger. I mean, I'm getting older, but the people coming up doing these jobs are getting a lot younger, and they don't remember the old days of stuff. Hey, remember a rotary dial phone? Huh? Oh, they haven't had those since Alexander Graham Bell invented it. Yeah. I'm like, okay. Black and white television? AM radio? All right. So thank you. We'll see you next week. All right. Chief Guard of the Republic.
Have a good week.
Yep. Thanks, Paul. Bye.
Bye-bye.